roll the Oogie Boogie dice. What did we roll? A 10. Alright, let's go. So, a unsuspecting group of people, very unsuspecting, more than usual, came together in the Silverblood Inn in Markarth with the goal of Bantaran and Calselmo of discussing something regarding a place called Zeburmaxil, an ancient lost city deep in the mountains in western Skyrim. And in their meeting, Calselmo explained his findings. And realizing the necessity of finding this place, this lost place, this place of fairy tale or real, which one is it? We gotta find out. A group came together and set out. Found themselves assailed by multiple enemies and a dragon. Wiping out the dragon with no problem, managing to lock its soul here in the mortal coil, and able to get some dragon meat. Never gonna forget that one.
Nice.
Headed out into the mountains.
Yeah.
Yes, that is forever me.
Picked up, as one does, a stone on a normal, typical day. Like every day of the week, you just picked up a Krulin Makotis Imperial Battle Mage. No biggie, no big deal. Nothing there. Found, eventually, Big Zatan, which is the gate and towers outside, thus named for the ruin. And went down in, finding various traps, finding it to be very dangerous, with all the traps being dialed up to 12 in comparison to most Dwemer ruins, to Bantaran's surprise and complete and absolute fright and stress. And in reaching the end of this extremely stressful set of stairs and hallways, you found yourselves in a fight against a bunch of Falmer, who seem to be living at the top of the lift that goes down to Zeburmaxil. Sorry, I was nursing a burp. Upon slaying them, they all discovered that the lift takes about a day to go down, which takes a second to process, because that's a really long lift with beds to one side and sitting areas and wall dividers and places to have a moment to yourself, because it's a small room. One tends to need to have a small area to yourself. Cooking equipment in the center with a small fire and cooking things to cook.
Some really old stuff you probably
smelly old stuff you probably wouldn't use anymore. And
I wouldn't eat out of that pot if I were you.
I'll wind it back like about 30 seconds, and I'll say entering this elevator and reading that plaque is where we'll pick up. Bantaran, you've called out to Calselmo and pointed out that it takes about 24 hours to get to the bottom, which is Jesus.
Which is Jesus.
I've slept for a few thousand years.
Shore's bones.
Shores. What in oblivion?
Stendar, give me strength.
Aura, guide me.
Kynes, peace, good lord.
How many gods can we name before he gets old?
Oh, Dabilla, please.
By the light of Akatosh. Stendar's mercy.
What would you all like to do? The fight has subsided. You found the book. Calselmo has it. He's looking it over now, trying to translate and read it. Is there anything you all would like to do in this particular moment? Because you haven't, the elevators are closed you and you're going down, but you're still in the room and the door to the. I will say you also noted that when you took the tuning sphere off the top of that little thing, that's when the door opened to the lift. I'd point that out. A little weird, but it happened. Not that there's not really anything to it. It's just
locking mechanism.
Locking mechanism of some kind. Interesting. No one went to look for the door, so no one noted that it was It's the same thing with the chest. No one noted there was a chest because everyone immediately went to the little thing in the middle of the room.
We skipped a step.
You guys ran straight to it, so there was no need.
It's like a Nordic ruin. It's not to keep people out, it's to keep whatever in.
That is never a good sign.
Yeah, not really.
Well, we're here, so we might as well go down.
Yes.
Judging by the 24-hour mark of a day's journey, I'm guessing this goes further than Blackreach. What are your thoughts, Calcelmo?
Much further. It's gotta be.
This is unexplored territory. I have no idea what we're going into. It could be completely new, unexplored, dwarven automatons.
We're just not what to expect.
We may not be as prepared as we thought we were.
But let's see. Discovery awaits, Banteran.
Should be an interesting journey.
I'm ready for whatever.
Rulin walks forward and he says, "You've piqued my interest. I want to see what's at the bottom of this tunnel. And I want to see what's in that book too, Calcelmo." And he says, "We'll see about that. I don't know. So far, what I've read on the front, it doesn't sound good. This may not be the kind of book that you read. At least to others." And then he kind of makes a face and walks into the elevator. Finds a bed, sets his stuff down. There's, several beds laid out.
Bertrand does the same. Also has his book, which he writes in. They Cam and Calcelmo also share notes.
Is it cold in the room? Or in the elevator?
Walking in, it is cold. But take a second to think about it, and yeah, there's a little fire pit. It'll probably get warm. At least around the fire. Because this is that is good thinking, because it is a long tunnel, so it probably stays cold everywhere, except for right around that little fire pit.
The reason I asked was because I will walk in, claim a bed, and then get a fire started.
You walk over and you note smaller, not like it's big and bulky as usual, but your typical Dwemer lever thing on the side. You walk over and it's about this long of a lever. The mechanism
switch
about like this big, about 6 inches, and you flip it and it starts burning towards the middle, and some of them point in the middle, they point up, and it's like a nice little fire pit thing that you can also cook on. And you assume that it does both things very well.
Do we still have any dragon meat?
Plenty.
Check my bags.
I still have some.
I will say, as for the rations that were lost to the wolves earlier on, that was up to you what rations were lost. I wasn't going to make it specifically dragon meat. I just assumed that the smell of dragon meat probably drew those wolves in. But that was earlier.
They only got the regular rations.
As for what they took, you guys can decide that. I'm not really concerned about that.
They took all my dried meats. My gorp.
I mean, regardless, you guys will get to eat dragon meat anyway, so who cares?
Yeah. Let's take any skooma from you.
So, as some of our favorite would like to say, for the sake of brevity, would anyone like to do anything before we move into the Dragon Feast? That's how I have it written in my notes, is Dragon Feast.
Are you serious?
Does anyone have anything specific they'd like to do? Any touchstones, any moments?
Raven just kind of eats the meat with his sword, just has it on the tip of the
end.
sword. He's just taking bites off.
I like to think that because it's like a magical sword and you have your weird psionics, and there's like a weird, because you're a weird boiling pot of just like magic and psionics mixed together. I like to imagine that like you sat down, drew the sword, and then the sword just like shrunk down, and it's like a dagger length with a sword hilt, and you're just like.
No, okay. For balancing, his original sword is the only thing he can't really manipulate.
Okay, so I'm still imagining you with a sword hilt, dagger-sized blade. just because you
just psionically makes a tiny little itty-bitty dagger and just is eating
it's like a paring knife off the top of a sword hilt. If you don't know what a paring knife is, the blade is like that long.
No, it's got to be... He's got to extend it out to cook it in the fire and then shrink it back to eat it.
Exactly.
like how
Otherwise
we're
you
all
burn your
playing-
hand.
I like how we're all playing Raven rather than anything. Fuck our own characters. Let's play around this weird shit that he's got.
Yeah, because this
Okay.
character's awesome.
Yeah. So you guys sit down, and I'm guessing some of you pull out your meats and begin cooking over the fire. I'm gonna start doing that a lot
Yeah.
now. Now that I've accidentally done it twice, everything's going to be
Zephyr.
instead of the. So
Zephyr.
Yeah, I think
even
Bantrin's
Calcelmo
like-
pulls out one of his pieces of meat, and Krulin's like, "What is that? What are you all cooking?"
It is definitely not dragon. Ignore that.
No.
I don't
That
believe
was
you.
a bit too heavy on the accent.
I don't believe you, but I also don't believe you. There's no way that's dragon meat. They always disappear. They turn into wind.
Well, you wouldn't believe us if we told you anyway.
And
You've seen what we can do so far. Would
Calcelmo
it be
is like smiling. He says, I couldn't explain it, but this one points at Raven. Something he did caused the dragon to... His soul was tethered here, so he did not, in fact, turn into wind. So they have dragon meat, based on his funny abilities that he carries
Raven's
around.
Raven's
Old
just in the corner laughing while he's eating his dragon meat, and it shows what he's actually seeing, and he's just looking into Sovereign
Yeah,
Guard,
Calcelmo's
laughing
like
at the
peeling
dragon
the
sitting.
wrapping that he made over his, like the fancy packaging like you get at the meat store. He's like peeling it off of his to lay on the thing. And it's like a perfectly rectangular loaf. At least that's what I picture in my head. I don't know why. He goes and like flips it onto the thing.
There's
So we
freaking
just have like
meatloaf.
huge chunks of meat all over the fucking grill thing now.
What I imagine the dragon meat looking like is if you ever seen anyone play Raft, when you kill a shark, it's that giant slab of just shark meat in your
And to all of your surprise, Madeline steps forward and pulls something out from her pack. She's like taking her armor and some of her armor and stuff off, and she's just like got a shirt, and she's just like more comfortable now. The sword's like over on the other side of the room. And she pulls something out from her pouch, and she pulls out seasoning. You can't have good meat without a little bit of seasoning. She sprinkles
Well,
it
someone-
on everybody's meat.
Thank you
It's
much.
only right to have it seasoned. And
Wow,
sits and
I
she
didn't think
rubs
we'd
her
also
hands,
pick-
watching eager now to have some delicious, maybe delicious dragon meat.
No.
I'm gonna take one of those big chunks and slice it into steaks.
Oh, someone certainly
And-
seems to be happy that I brought them along.
I'm surprised I didn't know we picked up a cook as well as a fighter.
Just
Pull a
bit.
frying pan out of my adventuring gear.
Was that a frying?
Mark off an adventuring gear. Fuck it. I mean, you got to use it somewhere.
Just
Mark off an adventuring gear, and you have a frying pan in your inventory now.
Just out of the corner of his eye, Raven just has like every piece of freaking cooking utensil he could possibly think of, just made out of psionic
Just like-
energy.
Just like holding your hand out is what I'm imagining, and just like you just have like the handle of like a spoon, a normal spoon or utensil, and it's just shifting between weird different shapes. It looks like a can opener at one point, and then it's like a spoon, and there's like a spork.
Yeah.
And
They
it's
just
like
look at him, and he has a fork and a
and
knife
it's like
this
a
time.
foon
And
for
every
a second,
time,
and you're like, no.
every time they turn to look away, when they look back, he's eating it with something different.
Well, I guess if we're all just pulling out, if we're doing show and tell, Bantrin reaches into his bag. You see him pull out a shiny dwarven plate, and then you see him pull out a utensil and goes, "This, if you would not believe what it was named, is the legendary Ysgramor's soup spoon." And you see it's a fork.
It's a fork with an rune. It's got one rune on it or something. It's like, that means something, and it's really cool. Look at this,
Raven-
guys.
Raven's like, "Oh yeah," and he pulls out a dragon scale and uses it like a plate. Well, I got this.
So Madeline's walking around like all the different pieces of meat, and she's poking them with a fork, and she pokes at your steaks, Dar, and I almost called you Umbra, thinking of the wrong person.
See, I wasn't the
What-
only one doing
Why
it.
is that name lingering? But she's walking around, she pokes all of them. These are starting to look good. And she like pokes at one, she says, "This one's done. This one's done," and she begins poking at them, and she picks up hers and like sits it on a plate and walks over. She starts to cut it up a little bit. And you can all now plate your ridiculous dinner onto a plate of various sizes and ridiculousness.
Antren will grab a single cube of meat with his fork, just put it on his plate, start taking his notes, talking to Calcelmo, sharing information, and then every so often he just picks it up, the whole thing by the fork, and just bites a chunk out.
I'm
sits
imagining
it
there's
back
that
on the
moment
plate,
though
goes-
before everyone eats where everyone just like exchanges a glance with the bite on their fork and then takes a bite
At the same
at
time.
the same time just to like gauge reactions. And I'll say,
In typical fashion of Raven eating.
I'll
it
throw that
differently.
moment in and I'll say, as you all do this, you bite in, and it's meaty like your typical beef. And you chew. There's a little bit of smokiness to it laid in. And then it almost seems like the smokiness is going to be too much. And then the beefy flavor kicks back in, and then the seasoning that she threw on. And then on top of that, you get you start to realize it's a little bit slimy's not the word. It's leaning towards grease. And then you realize, oh, it's actually pretty good. Oh, so the weird slimy greasiness cooked into it and acted as a form of grease on the inside and has now cooked the meat very well. In place of it being stored and probably salted and put in packages to last for several days. The greasiness of the meat has added to it, and it is actually wonderful, amazingly. Without the seasoning, it might not have been as good, but with the seasoning, that's pretty fucking good. That's some good shit. She came
It
through.
was marbled just perfectly that the fattiness mixed in perfectly with the
Yes.
spices.
Whether that was intentional
Just make it
or
mouth-watering.
not, no one will ever know, but it is
I
very
can't
good.
believe you
I
went
don't think I've ever
so
come across a
far.
meal this good in ages.
I can't believe you went so far as a DM as to explain what freaking dragon meat tastes like.
I will tell you
This is the storytelling I want to hear.
off the top of my head. Just made that shit up. I don't usually say when I do that, because I do it a lot, and you guys just don't know it. I like to test myself. But in that moment, I'll prove that that was just no idea, just off the top of my head. Okay, anyways. Yes, so the meat is delicious. And everybody's eating, and everybody's enjoying it, and, you know, Calcelmo's just like, just delicious. Thank you for the seasoning, Madeline. And she's, oh, no problem. In this
Aren't
moment,
you guys glad I thought of it?
would anyone like to do anything? Enjoy your food, whatever?
There's just a fox in the corner eating the dragon meat now. There's something.
Fox noises from the corner.
Yep, yep, yep. Oh. Is that your one move for your fox form? Eat the
Devour
meat. I am eating.
Eating. Well, he actually did basically have spider senses, because foxes actually have that. That's like the only thing I freaking came up with
I
for
think
that.
that's one of the things that I have wrote down. Yeah, danger sense and tracking.
Tracking and danger sense. Yeah, those are the two things you'd expect.
All right. So pretty much from here, it's just eating and anything that you
Resting.
guys specifically needed to do, and then probably sleep. 'Cause it's later in the day now, having taken several hours to get through all the tunnels and stairs and all that. And also exploring the outside as well. Is there anything specific anyone would like to do before any sort of rest?
Nothing that comes to mind for me.
Any hidden books in your packs that you want to read? Any? I don't know. I'm just making shit up. I have no idea.
Borf.
Possibly maintenance on my weapons.
Go maintenance on your weapons.
Bark.
For funsies, roll plus wisdom.
For me?
Yeah, roll plus wisdom for funsies. This is a funsy roll.
That's just because you can.
So you literally can't fail this. It's just you're looking at your weapons. What'd you roll?
14.
Yeah,
got
here we go.
Oh.
again,
2 sixes.
boys.
After the episodes of Critical Role that I've listened to today, that's a scary start. Just getting them out
That is
early.
a scary start. I've heard a
what's
couple
gonna
of
happen
them.
later. Oh no.
It's a scary start.
Okay, so looking it over, there's, I mean, nothing new on them. They look sharp. They look good. The rapier's point is still pointy. It's somehow, because dragon bone is weird, it's somehow as flexible as a normal rapier, but it is bone. As for the bow, same thing. It's pretty rad. In terms of looking at it and going, damn, this thing is cool. And it's mine. Damn. It's like one of those things like you're just like it could be years and you're still looking at it and going, man, that's cool. But you're looking at it and you're like, yeah, nothing new on there. Damn, that thing is cool. Okay.
That sounds like someone with his rune club in the last campaign.
That thing was cool. I liked how that
Sitting
worked
there.
out.
That thing was awesome. Okay.
Sitting there admiring my weapons, thinking about the possible dragon scale shield possibly to come.
All right. So
Possibly, if I can find any smithing freaking equipment.
So didn't you say at one point Madeline had a sword that was similar to mine?
it is exactly identical,
Exact.
Okay,
Yes.
yeah.
which was a bit
gonna, like,
disturbing.
Just
You've seen it, you've
switches
seen
the
it like
swords
2 other
to them.
times now, and it's like that's
It's
so
like
weird.
it's like laying in the corner right now. You said you just put it over.
Yeah, she's like set it with her gear in the corner. It's behind. She took. Okay, so the lift is the typical circle with the door where I'm sitting. So facing into the lift. She's on the left side, closest to where the door would be. So she's essentially in the corner, quote unquote. But she's as far to the left as she could be, to where if someone wanted to walk to her sword, they'd have to walk past her.
I think Bertrand will like walk over. It's like taking his notes, closes his book, puts it back on his hip,
She's
and then
just
he'll walk over
reading a book
to
or
her,
something.
his research, and walks over to her and he's like, "So, Madeline,
Yes.
your sword. How did you come across it?"
That's a long story.
Well, we've got a day. We've got a day. So he just like, kind of like sits next to her bed. Like maybe there's like a little ledge in the bottom of the.
Dwemer small stone end table.
Yeah.
Well, she begins speaking to you, and now that you're like to her left, I'll say, she's like looking at you, speaking. She says, "Well, it's a good conversation for." She's looking past you now at Krulin, and she says, "More maybe private moments." She looks back at you again. And she kind of looks suspiciously at Krulin, and then she looks back at her book, expecting you to. Maybe there was a message there.
And too bad I'm dumb. I can't think of a message right now. More private. Maybe like. I don't know, I guess I could.
She pulls
go,
out. I'll say this. She pulls out a journal to lay next to in her hands, next to her book, and she begins writing like she's taking notes. And she's looking back and forth, mimicking the motion of taking notes. And you see her writing out. And as you said, not being very good at signals or notes or whatever, it takes you a second, and then you begin to get curious and go, "What's she writing?" And you see that she's written, "I'll wake you, just go to sleep."
All right.
Because we have a lot to talk about.
All right. So after she says private conversation, all right. Next time we get a chance to speak more quietly on the matter, I will not hesitate to talk. And then he goes back over to his bed and just kind of like he's night, and he also is gonna like take off just the top of his armor. He's just got his dwarven gree plate mail leggings, and just goes just like rests.
Still skeptical of that armor. She, like, playfully pointing at you.
I'll explain that another time as well.
And then he showed you what she looks like. Oh my god. Who am I? So, I guess I'll for stream I'll open their things really quick for the YouTube and for other shit.
I really
But
like how
others
you
can see
took
them.
attention to the detail of my sword. It is exactly like mine.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I was.
Just
I had
just
yours,
a wee bit shinier.
I had yours opened and mine to the side. I just kind of scrubbed up and got fucking OCD about my colors and like changed some shit as I went. Slightly different, 2 different places, 2 different sets of armor, all that. So,
Yeah, she looks like she has new dwarven stuff, and he's got like literally old dwarven
Old.
stuff. 'Cause
the
that's
fun
what it
fact
is.
about that is there's almost no
he's-
difference between new and old. That's the weird part
Yeah.
about the Dwemer metal.
Yeah, his is just like cobbled together carefully and made to look like actual armor. That's why the pauldrons are different. And the sword, he didn't want to damage it, so he cleans it. He just doesn't like I said, he pulled out a shiny Dwemer plate
The way
because he
that
like
hers is
scrubbed it
set
down.
up, though, so the I always make Hero Forge images with a disclaimer. This is as close as I can get it to look like the actual character. Like the Wandering King, his beard would be a little bit shorter. His blue eyes there's a bit of starlight in them, which I didn't describe before. Failure on my part. And plus, nobody really got that close to him. But like, if you look closely and get up close and like stare at his eyes a moment, there's something there. And then her sword is supposed to be the scabbard is tucked in behind the fur cloak, the really thick fur cloak. It sits a little bit tall, but it's behind her head, kind of at a slight angle. So, conversation had with Madeline. You go over, messages exchanged, your little, guys thrown over the top, the blanket, make it seem a certain way. And unless there's anything anybody else wants to do, would you like to take watch? Is there going to be a watch, or are you guys just going to sleep?
You do realize that I can't sleep, right?
I figured you had the can't sleep thing, so I figured you're going to hear anything that happens anyways.
See,
I'll curl up with my pack under my head to sleep as a pillow.
There you go.
It's a stone bed.
Yeah, they're stone beds. They're little small stone beds. So everybody's kind of curled up anyways.
Mantrin's using his cape.
And it's a place to sleep. That's about it. It's not fancy. It's a stone slab.
I feel like Calsomo and Banterin are used to sleeping on Dwemer beds.
Yeah, there's a little bit of like, it's not comfort. It's familiarity with the sleeping. You know how to sleep on these because you've done it many times. Whereas other people that are new to it, you lay on it and you go, wait, how do you do this? How did they do this?
And
Gotta
me
lay
being
on your back. Gotta lay on
me
your
being
back. It's the only way.
me being from the Thieves Guild, I'm used to sleeping on any surface I can get.
I imagine Banterin gives the advice of like, you got to put your pack in the small of your back, and you got to put like a cape or something under your head as a pillow. Only comfortable way. Otherwise, your back's gonna flatten out and you turn into an old man in 2 years, like a hunched ass back from sleeping flat on the stone slab and fucking your shit up.
Raven's just like laying in a sleeping position, but he's floating, so he doesn't have to use the.
Yeah, like I'm imagining my head like most people would probably put their pack in the small of their back, or like some kind of something, some kind of folded clothing or cape or something under their back, so that they don't sleep like completely flat, because that's really bad for you. But anyways, so sleep finds everybody except Raven. And
Raven.
sitting in your what do you do to bide your time and just wait?
Me?
Yes.
Oh, I was just about to ask about that because I have an expert idea that would surprise people. Let me type that.
I'm gonna switch to nighttime music actually for this. I haven't got to use this playlist yet. I'm excited. Fun. I like this. So what do you got? Are you messaging me?
Yes, he was.
Okay, hang on. Sometimes it pops up on stream, which is fine because then viewers know about it. But it's like whoa, everybody knows.
Let me see.
I'll make a point of note while you're typing this out. You do
Yeah.
notice as you're sitting there for a while and doing whatever it is that you're about to send me. You do notice that Madeline is sitting there and she's still reading her book, and you do. I imagine someone is like with your disposition. You probably have moments of like staring at people, for really long amounts of time and then not realizing you're doing it. And then just never thinking giving it a second thought beyond just like, anyways, like, you probably spend a good several minutes staring at her, and you notice that every few minutes, not conspicuously, you do notice that she glances up and she looks Krulin's way. She appears to be waiting for him to go to sleep.
I see.
She's not looking at anyone else. She's just looking at him. Specifically, it's very obvious to you being on the other side of the room.
Krillin just pick a spot on her side or on the other side?
He's like between. In my head, I'm imagining it's like Dar on the far right, because the beds are on this left side of the lift up to the middle, and then there's like kind of a motor thing in the middle, which you imagine is because it's such a long lift tube, it's got to have its own independent thing. But like I imagine it's like Dar, and then Raven in the middle between the two of you, and then like Banterin, Krulin, Kelsomo, Madeline. Which, ironically, there are exactly 6 beds, which I decided before I had actually counted how many characters there were. Imagine that.
Perfect.
Raven doesn't need a
works
bed.
out. What do you got, Raven? I thought we talked about not being able to do that, though. Because that's taking a physical object. Because I remember before we mentioned, like, that you can go there, but taking something else there wasn't so viable.
Well, he already holds
it's something
things.
Physical.
Well, you see, because I have... is it slipstreams? Yeah, because I have slipstream sending, he can already hold things in said realm. So, theoretically speaking...
That's true, but that
they are
particular thing
already
isn't a specific move. It's more of a flavor place. It's like a flavor thing that you can do because of your... I'll use the word disposition again. Because it is an odd thing that you are. Weird little monster.
I see.
I'm not saying you can't go there, but that specific thing, probably not.
Yeah, probably not.
Ooh, here's an idea. Okay, I'll tell you this. What if it's you go there and you do that verb, the ing verb, and it's not physical things. It's your what is it called? Your main weapon move.
I see.
Maybe you go there and that's where you forge all of those, and that's where all this convoluted bullshit comes from.
Yes, exactly.
That's actually
also
a really
what I
cool
thought.
idea.
Yes, that's actually really great. Yes.
How you set your pre-prep.
Our brains are connected.
Yes.
There's like a tether from me to you. It goes miles. It's insane. You see that? Okay.
This has been working out.
Cool,
I actually helped design stuff
that.
for the other guild doing too.
I'll say before you phase into that, I'll say, spending like, I don't know, an hour or something, you do notice that she's watching him. And then after everybody seems to go to sleep, you just, I imagine you just kind of bamf out and go to your place. She doesn't seem sketchy, she's just watching him. You bamf out. Banterin sleeping, Kelsomo, Krulin, Dar, everybody's sleeping. And as promised, Banterin, you find Madeline rocking you awake. He kind of looks at you and kind of nods over to this side of the room where there's like little separating walls and little tables and chairs and stuff. She
gets up and goes over there.
She walks over and she picks up, not her armor or anything. She's still, just wearing her shirt and comfortable clothes, and picks up the scabbard of her sword and walks over and leans it against the edge of the table and sits down.
I think Bantron will do the same.
She kind of stares at the table for a second. She says, I'm not entirely who I say I am. Sort of. As you can...
Or any of us.
Hear. If I say, release the Aether from the grip of the Aedra, what would you say? You made this up.
I know, I'm thinking. I know I made it up. I actually reread that earlier because I was like, this is gonna come back. I'm thinking. I was just thinking of a good response. Bantron was, thinking, and he looks at her and says, at one point in my life, I would have agreed with you. But
I would
now,
have agreed with me too, but it's probably not entirely correct, is it? And we've both come to realize that.
no. So many things possible if we didn't have magic. None of our society would have came to be, almost. Be a completely different world.
Those fools, well, I'll be honest, I've been quiet most of the time since I've been here with you all, but with you I'll tell the story because it's probably similar to yours. As you can imagine, I'm a purist. Big surprise there.
Anton opens his eyes wide, just
Or I
is
was.
just like starts shaking a little.
I remember you being around, but you never saw me. We never met. You were usually on missions. You were one of their more vigilant and chosen for most anything that they had available that was difficult. I left on a mission a year before you did, according to what I've been able to gather. 18 years ago, they sent me to go undercover in the Arcane University. And I did. And it was odd. The task was large. They told me not to return if I didn't succeed. But I was to slowly work my way through, quietly assassinate all of the students there, as well as the teachers. Starting with the teachers. And the Archmage. I spent a lot of time there. 2 years. And killed one of the higher members. Assassinated him in his sleep. And there was a handy circumstance. There was a newer student, a Dharma, who had arrived more recently, and he was executed immediately, on sight, when he was suspected, by the battle mages, and they found notes describing his plans to take out the university's top people, which I planted, and it worked out perfectly. That's not. Then I met, before I moved on to another target, about 6 months later, Carrie and Garius. It doesn't matter who she is, but she was at the level of Evoker. He had been around for a while, but I hadn't actually spoken with her, and there was something peculiar about her, something familiar, and she seemed interested. So it didn't seem like a bad idea to get in close, and maybe she would be next. It'd be a lot easier. And we grew close and became friends, at least from her side. And then we had dinner and we became friends, close friends. She may have thought it was more than that, but I knew what I was there to do. And the night I moved in to make my play, I went in with my dagger, hidden, concealed. We had dinner again. And I sat there thinking, in a moment of quiet. I thought, can I do this? Is it possible? Because what she had told me is that her husband and son had been killed by an assassin, a mage assassin, years ago. She came home and they were mysteriously dead. In that moment I remembered, north of Bruma, in a small little shack I was charged with killing a mage and his son and his wife that were coming up as mages, and I did the work, but the woman was nowhere to be found. And I left. I could not find her. So My heart sank in that moment, and I spilled the truth. She looked at me with the look that you give an honest person who's done something terrible, and she slapped me, kissed me, and then walked out. And suspecting the worst, I grabbed my things and I ran. I fear Cyrodiil now. I do not dare go there. As I traveled, I stumbled across the Dwemer ruin, and I found armor and this weapon. I lost a lot of my things in encounters and my being pursued by the battle mages. And then I crossed the mountains into Skyrim and found my way to Markarth and to Calselmo. And I realized a lot on my way into Skyrim. It was the course of maybe a couple of years. I don't remember. It's been a long time since that day. And here I am. My dear friend Calselmo, when she kind of motions to him across the room over there sleeping. They're bad people, those purists. Very bad. And the irony of it all is, my mother was a witch. My father killed her in her sleep. Imagine. And then he sent me all this way, to stay as far away from mages and evil magic as I could. But I found my way back. And now I'm a mage in my own right. It's a bit different, and she kind of rubs her fingers together and opens her hand, and see a little bit of like spiderweb shadowy crawly things that go across her fingers as she opens her hand up, and it kind of just dissipates into smoke off of her palm. What's your story?
Well, like you said, you know I'm a purist. And as you told me, I could have sworn that I eliminated every single one. Even my own family. I took on every purist and sent them to the grave. Before I did that,
You killed them all.
every single one.
Imagine that.
So
Killed
you can
by their own
understand
hubris.
my reaction, shaking, realizing I missed one, but knowing you now, seems you've turned just like me to a realm of magic and studies and realizing it's not all that bad.
Well, accepting the daughter of a man who didn't say exactly who his wife was or any mage-related attachments, because he paid a heavy coin pouch to the purists to not ask questions about that. Tends to backfire a little bit when that daughter tends to learn about details of her mother, now that I know. I expected a thief, not one of my kind. But I recognized as soon as I saw you fight what you were. Some of the stories that I might have heard along the way.
I tried giving up that life. Techniques stick, but the morals are gone. I found my own path in life thanks to Septimus. Last time I tried to visit him, though, I found nothing but a pile of ash.
Gosh.
I have no idea what happened, but...
Anselmo spoke of him. He said he was crazy. Is he?
Oh, he was. He was. Even
Something
all those
about a
years ago when
lockbox
I
of
met
some
him.
kind? Did he ever open it?
The door was open, but there was nothing inside. He supposedly thought it held the heart of Lorcan, but it was too small. From what I've heard, the heart of Lorcan is way bigger than what the box could contain. It's all empty. A husk now.
Who knows?
But
I'll say, other than just like conversation and trading, essentially old war stories. You have anything more specific that you wanted to ask her about or talk to her?
well, now that we know who each other are, I think we can be more casual about this. And he just like picks up his sword, lays it down on the table.
She does
Where'd
the
you
same.
find yours?
I don't know the name of the ruin. I just remember I stumbled across it, felt like I was called to it. And she draws it, and she says, but I did notice one thing. It's strange. And she holds it up, and she like pulls it fully out of the scabbard, and she holds it up, and like picking it up by the blade, leaning it up, and she points to the top of the cross guard in a little spot, in a place you'd never notice if you didn't like look. And there's a little, not in Ethereum, not in magic, just a little rune, little marking carved into it. Looks like with a chisel or simple tool of some kind carved into the top of the crossguard. Yours does not have the same symbol as hers. Hers is different. When she points it out on yours, and she says, right here, see? Some sort of marking. First thing I notice. I thought if there were others, it would be the same. That's the first thing I wanted to check whenever you showed your weapon to be exactly the same as mine. But it appears that is not the case.
Your weapon is also considerably polished. Something tells me yours was kept.
Bit of care
Bit
on
of
my
care.
end.
I didn't want to mess with it too much in fear of breaking history.
My magic
But-
is a bit different from yours, so I obsess over my weapon a little bit more. As for the modifications of yours and whatever the hell is going on with it, I have no idea.
Is yours not? He's gonna unsheath his. He's gonna hold it up high at least, and then he's gonna make it do the sword whip, just a.
She says, no, but it doesn't do that, but
Retracts it.
it does tend to help and amplify my, call it magic, a bit.
I never had any magic to begin with, so this
she
gives
grabs,
me
like-
my own abilities.
I'll say there's like a plate off to the side on the table, and she pulls it over and she waves her hand, and she says, rust, turn to dust. And then you watch the plate start to like, and she like grabs the hilt of the sword after she says that and snaps, grabs the hilt of the sword, and you watch the plate, Dwemer metal, rust and fade away. And it gets to the extent of watching it, and it gets so violent and like as it's burning together, you think like you're like, oh shit, like it might catch fire or something, and then it's just fucking gone, a pile of dust on the table. The sword helps a bit, accelerates it, makes it stronger. I could do that on my own, but it would be a bit more taxing, a bit more concentration. Sword helps. The Ethereum coating on the outside amplifies.
Yours amplifies. Mine has powers, magics that I've never seen before, and other mages use. There's something about these swords. I don't know if the rune on them correlates. I never asked Kelselma what the rune means, because I haven't shown it to him that closely. But mine did have a name. Brazened.
Mine had a name. It's called Humbled. Might be worth looking into once we get out of here. Now
I'll
you
need to
piqued my
see.
interest.
Now I need to see what Kelselma thinks of these runes. Guess we're sticking around each other a little longer.
We shall see.
Figure this out. In the meantime, we'll see what's at the bottom of this ruin. Clear the way. Get an expedition team. Think of nothing but the future for this place.
Going to be interesting. Getting this place dug up. Sorry for my harsh outlook before. I tend to get skeptical of people sometimes when I get a gut feeling. So, a bit more harsh. Plus, I'm watching this Krulin character over there. I don't trust him one bit. He hasn't done anything, but I don't trust him. Just don't. Something smells wrong.
It's always strange traveling with an Imperial soldier, an Imperial battle mage no less. One thing I never learned was his rank. That's tipping me off recently,
He never said
thinking
his
about
rank.
it.
He only said his level in the university, which is uncommon for them to also be part of the university while they're a battle mage.
He is a
Usually
researcher. I'll
Usually
give
they
him that.
usually they all have a difficulty of separating work from being a battle mage. They're just as obsessed over being soldieristic mages and only being concerned for guarding and standing on walls and watching nothing happen all day long. Whatever it is that they do. But trust him. I just don't. It makes my gut twist a bit. I don't know why. But I'm off to sleep. Try to get some. We'll have time to kill before we get to the bottom, I imagine, but we should sleep. Try and get a little bit extra, maybe even. Wouldn't hurt. She gonna grab, resheaths the sword and puts it off the table. She reaches down for a sort of like forearm handshake.
Yeah, forearm handshake. If I can do
See where this goes. She,
yeah.
She actually winks at you and then walks over to her bed. Lays down, puts out her little lantern and shit. Gets comfortable.
Andrew's taking it back for a sec. It's like, And he sheaths his sword, and then he also goes back to sleep.
Time moves on. Raven, are you still in there? I'll say like several hours passes. Are you staying in there still, forging?
I think right before Bantram went to sleep, he like closed. I think opened them, looked up, looked at Raven's bed, just and then he goes to sleep.
This is one of those like, where you know what? I'm not even gonna ask.
I'm not surprised anymore.
Raven's just is now sitting on his bed as he's been for a while, and he says to himself, well, that was an interesting tale. Not that I'm one to really care.
Okay, so from there, what do you do, Dar? I mean, not Dar, Raven. Do you go back, or are you just sitting on the bed? I'll say it's kind of dark in here now. You get mainly fire from the fire pit. Not really anything going on. The energy in the room has sank to the bottom in terms of anything going on. Now that her being weird is dissipated into sleep after a conversation.
Well, he sits there for a while, gets kind of bored, and says, I think I still have plans for a ballista. Let me go see how that's going.
Ooh, another ballista! I would love
Another
to.
ballista!
Because I like to think, like, once you
ballista
bamf
time.
it out, maybe you have to, like, make another one or something. Flavor-wise, I'm not gonna, like, block you, but, like, flavor-wise, you have to, like, make another one.
No, he's just improving the one that he did.
I'm imagining, I'll bring up Shadow of Mordor again. So when you're in the Wraith Vision, I'm imagining that, but it's, like, darker blue, like, psionic energy all around. Like, it's a room, but it's just everything's outlined in black in these blue psionic lines.
Yeah.
Even the forge and the flame. And there's, like, weapons hung on the wall everywhere, on both walls, and it's, like, just a big, long, rectangular room. That's what I'm seeing in my head. I don't know how you envision it, but that's how I'm reasoning it out in my brain. And there's, like, weapons hung on the wall and shit. It seems pretty cool. But, yeah, so you bamf out. And while you're away, Dar, you awake. Sounds like someone's speaking. Give me one moment. So, that's not right. I don't like that one. Give me a good one. Come on.
Changing music just for a talk. music that only I can hear of the three of us.
Yeah, oh yeah. If you want to change to
Yes.
more tense type music, go for it, or more like nighttimey, tensey, whatever. So, Dar, you awake. You hear the sound of someone speaking. And it sounds... As you awake more, it's like... What is that noise? Who's talking? So loud. And you look around and there's no lights on or anything. No one's relit any lanterns that are like next to the beds and stuff. It's still dark. And as you wake up more, you're like, maybe I'm just hearing shit. And you're like, nope, that's loud. That's definitely someone speaking. And this is your shoot first, by the way. If I want to be more specific with mechanics and if everyone wants to take alarm. At least
I shoot
mentally.
first.
This is your shoot first. So, thank God you took that, or else this would have just happened. And it's getting louder. What do you do?
Well, for one, did the sleep reset my health?
Yes. I'll say everyone's had enough sleep. 6 hours,
Okay.
5-6 hours is enough, really, truthfully.
Well, I'm getting slightly worried, so I figure I would probably start waking everybody up and getting my weapon ready.
So, as you
Just
sit
in
up
case.
and begin calling out names, you look over, and on the other side of the fire, towards the door side of the room, there's Krulin Makotis, sitting, hands raised, with the book in front of him, levitating. Dark energy rising off of his hands, and his eyes have gone black. And he's just chanting out. And then you look again, that's the Falmer book that Calselmo had. And he's just reading it out in the weird Falmer language that I, in my head, for some reason, imagine like the black speech from Mordor. What happened? That kind of creepy, weird shit. he's
Since
just
it's
like-
the shoot first, would I be able to shoot the book with my bow?
As you pull your bow up, he's getting louder and louder. And you fire off an arrow, and it goes into the book, and then it begins to slurp into the book like liquid.
Just
Oh
eats.
shit!
And he looks at you now, and he's as
Oh,
and as he's getting
And
louder
he
and louder, it
speeds
sounds like
up.
it's coming to a peak. And Calselmo sits up and he says, "You must not read from the book!"
You goddamned fool!
I'll let the reference catch up.
Oh, I'm trying to remember what the hell that's off of. I know what that.
You're in a tomb.
Damn it.
Sacred book.
Oh god.
You're not in a desert in Egypt, so that's a start of difference.
That's what it was.
Yeah,
I knew
that's
I
what I
recognized
thought
that.
it
Yeah. Calselmo specifically sits up and he says, "You must not read from the book!" As he finishes the incantation.
Literally, he finishes like right before Raven socks him because he was right there.
So as he does this, you sock him. I'm not even gonna make you roll, and he falls to the ground,
Yes.
and he just like looks up at you, and he says, yes, my father will reward me now. Yes, show me everything, my father, please." And as he says this, the room begins to, the shaft, really, which you're sitting here, you forget that you're moving downward continuously. But you feel it begin to shake before you remember that you're moving down, and then you go, "Oh shit," and you're like looking around, and you're like, "Oh, that's right, we're going down. Oh god, what kind of
You're in an
effect will a
elevator."
quake like this have on the lift?" And it's like, "Oh god, oh god, oh god," and it's like shaking and shaking and shaking, and you hear you weren't thinking about it, but you do notice that there is a Dwemer tube at the top of that little engine, like Dwemer spider tube sitting at the top of that little engine there, and begins to shake and shift and shake and shift, and you hear like a steaming, hissing noise coming from the engine and from the tube. And as you look up, you notice that there's every so often, every few minutes, there is a Dwemer tube that would attach to that goes by. And you imagine that's probably for some sort of maintenance if something goes wrong with the engine. The lift can stop, the spider can come through, fix the engine, go back, and go to wherever else the spiders go. It has not stopped, though. You're still going down, and it's shaking and shifting and shaking and shifting. And it's getting really scary. That is when you hear... I don't want to say specifically, but you hear a voice.
You will be rewarded. Yes. With death.
You're having way too much fun with this.
And
A little bit.
as you hear, presumably, Mephala speak out from nowhere, you see the, have any of you ever seen or experienced the sort of, at least currently as it sits, the shift portals from Oblivion to the Mortal Coil, as it were, to Nirn? The purple shifting portal that appears and then disappears as something comes through. Or have any of you ever seen that before? Your characters, I mean, specifically. You've seen it in the game, obviously, when you conjure like a flame atronach or something, but...
I doubt I probably would have.
Okay. Anyone else? Raven?
Wait, seeing
I
what?
feel like
The shift portal, the conjuration portal from, like, something coming
you
to
summon,
Nirn from Oblivion.
Oh, yeah.
when you summon something, it's that.
That purple portal that goes... And then it, like, disappears.
Yeah, like when you
At
summon
first I
a
wasn't
sword or something, it's kind of just opens.
Yeah, at first I wasn't sure, but I think Bantron has, because he went to the College of Wind. He's definitely
cutting
seen people conjure up stuff all the time.
So one of the three of you have seen this. You know what this is. You see two of them next to Krul and Makotis appear. And there are two... I forget, what are they called? Dromorian or whatever the fucking... I forget the specific title of those things, but those weird Oblivion people. They appear, and they scoop Krul and Makotis up by his arms. One of them shoves a dagger, like, under his heart, basically, pointed upwards, and they, speaking, like, the weird Oblivion speech. And then they just, like, all three of them disappear. Unless someone does something really quickly. It's like split second if you want to try and do something. You probably won't stop all three of them, but probably do something to one of them.
I think Bantron's just like in defense mode, just like he's in front of Calcelmo, just defending him.
Okay, yeah. And Madeline is like sitting up on her bed with the sword pointed out. She's like half swording it a little bit, like holding the blade pointed towards the guy, like not even like all the way awake, just like wild-eyed.
Bantron's definitely the same, just lower, just.
And I hadn't had a chance to notch another arrow.
Yeah, everybody's just been so like, what the fuck? And
What the hell is happening?
he's gone. And then you feel the elevator kind of feels like some sort of weird bouncing motion. And then you go, and you look around, slowing. And it stops. If anyone would like to roll, I'll say you can roll plus wisdom, or you can roll a discern realities. You may do so.
Who has good wisdom?
Raven.
You can roll plus wisdom
Oh, boy.
or discern realities.
That's the highest.
Take your pick.
I think the first thing Bantron's gonna do, he's not gonna roll wisdom, but he's gonna run and grab the Falmer book.
Because the door did not open, by the way. Yeah, you pick up the Falmer book and you immediately drop it. It's fucking hot, and you see like, it's not your typical like hot. As you pull one of your hands away, you see like a little bit of like black purplish flame come off of your hand as you like, you know, shake it out, and then it's gone and it's out. But it's like, what the fuck was that?
Calcelmo. What?
I don't know. Don't touch it. Just leave it for a minute.
What is in this book? How are you not affected by it like he was?
I don't know.
What was that?
I didn't.
Did he add? Oh man,
It said something about like book of dead or something like that. Do not open had warnings scribbled into the front over the original writing. I'm not sure.
Wait, did you just say Book of Dead?
Yes. That's what I translated so far. From what was underneath the warnings that were scribbled onto it.
You're telling me
I didn't think he would be foolish enough to take it and
this
for some reason know how to read it.
He just approaches. You tell me you've had that book this entire time and you didn't.
I only got it in the last room before we came in the elevator.
Bantern's gonna walk over to Calcelmo. Calm down, Raven. The threat is gone. What is that book?
You don't understand.
It's a
Went
book of
far
make us
deeper than
understand.
You could ever imagine. This is all the way to the king of the afterlife himself. The worst of them all.
I don't like the fact that he read from that book. I'm not comfortable with it. Who knows? It could just be null and void and a piece of shit book that it was empowered by some Daedra things, but I don't like that he read from it, whether or not with or without Daedra backing. I'm not comfortable. I don't know what he could have done.
I don't know how that book ended up here. The last time that was read from, I ended up like this.
The purpose of that book is to bind and push down. The secondary purpose, considering that we're all not dead, is to resurrect.
What
I don't know.
did it resurrect, though, is the worry.
That's
If
what I
that
don't
is
know.
what happened.
Did it succeed? Because he was taken away and just
I think
taken
yes.
away, stabbed.
Was he used as a sacrifice to revive something?
Oh,
I don't think so. What I remember hearing him say, I heard no mention of a sacrifice. It was just a call to action. It was a command, commanding something to stand up and live again. I don't know if it
Just
worked,
pray.
but I know he ended the incantation listed.
Well, pray that it isn't what I think it is. Because if it is,
There's only so many things that you can bring back,
all
but
of
we
you
are so far down.
are in grave
And
danger.
at that moment, there is from behind all of you, there's a metal creaking, and then the sound of metal hitting the floor, and then a little bit of a sound of steam. Who turns
I
around
draw my
first?
rapier and turn to it.
It is a Dwemer metal encased, odd-looking metal ball of some kind. Dar. You don't really know what this is, but it doesn't look like it's there to bring cake. And I'm imagining everyone else turns around. Raven, you might know what it is. Maybe I'd say you probably look at it and go, it might take you a minute to remember, but when Bantaran turns around and Kelselma looks, it's a Dwemer sphere. Even
Run.
one.
Keep your distance immediately.
Bantern's
You're
gonna,
in an elevator. We cannot keep a
can.
distance.
Yeah, even one is probably bad news.
Oh,
Um,
crap.
As you all have now turned and looked at it, I'll specifically say, did anyone make time to put their armor on?
I never actually
specifically
took mine off.
Okay.
I never took mine off, so...
Okay.
I just have my leggings, my plate mail leggings on.
Okay. So your armor is not going to be great for this one then, unfortunately. We'll keep that in mind. Okay. So as you all turn and face this Dwemer sphere, it begins to raise up out of its housing, as they do. You're familiar with this Bantaran, and it reveals a man with two arms, a crossbow on one, and some sort of weird machination thing on the top of his other arm. Lean forward, very aggressive looking, made completely out of Dwemer metal, which is concerning. Bantaran, you're the most familiar, and you would know to act quickly. Plus, you're on the left, and that's the order I've been doing it this whole time, this whole campaign. Van, what would you like to do?
I'd like to cut the shit out of this thing.
Go for it. What do you got?
I rolled a 7.
On Master's Blade work?
Yes.
Okay. Alright, so what techniques are you going to use? So you get 2 and then damage, right? And then you take damage from the Dwemer Sphere.
Yes.
I'll go ahead and roll.
And then I'm going to use Mirage and Torrential.
Mirage and Torrential. Okay, so I'll roll a d4. I'll roll the purple one for you. See how many you get. Oof. Oof. You get 1, unfortunately. Bad roll that time. And then you do Torrential, Flurry of Strikes, dedicate effort to blocking if they instead attack you in response to your attack, or deal your damage again. Okay. So, roll up your damage.
So, I'll roll the first d6 for... There's going to be 3 attacks here, I guess.
Yeah, so there's going to be your main attack, the attack of the Mirage, and because it hits you back, you get to deal your damage again. So we'll see what this gets you.
I'm going to roll 3d6s, why not? I have plenty of dice.
Now, I'll say, if he
avatar
one-shots this isn't meant to be like some big turning point fight. It could be unfortunate if he doesn't roll well on damage. And it may turn into, like, a higher damage fight. But we'll see if that happens. Leaving it to the dice rolls on the specific one.
I rolled 2 1s and a 6. So 8 damage.
8 damage?
But
From you?
8 damage. And then 8 damage from... Well, then, no, yeah. I rolled 2 1s and a 6. So that'd be the Torrential, my first attack, and then the Mirage. And then... My sword initially has +2 piercing.
So 2 pierce. Oh boy. More math. Wait, that's 2 back. Okay, and then your Mirage does how much?
Well, I guess 1.
Okay. So okay, yeah, that
6
with
1
piercing,
and 1.
that one doesn't do any. That one, the Mirage doesn't seem to have any effect on it when it hits, and then you deal your damage again. Is it just 8 again? Is that how that works? Deal your damage again.
I rolled 3d6s. I rolled the first d6 for my first attack.
Okay.
Second d6 for my Mirage, and then third d6 for my Torrential. I rolled a 6, a 1, and a 1. I'll say my 6 was my first attack, my 1 is my Mirage, and my 1 my Torrential.
Okay, so the Torrential was kind of just shitty attack on it, unfortunately. So I'll say you hit this thing, you remember, oh god, that's why I hate these things. They have so much armor. You did get it. The first hit was pretty good. That swing of like the swing and strength of like adrenaline and panic. You hit it pretty hard, and you carve like a chunk out of its like metal face, and then it like turns back and then looks at you, and pulls back the blade arm in a familiar motion, and then jams it out as it extends the blade out of the top of its arm and jams it into your torso somewhere and goes for a cut on you, and it deals 13 damage plus 2 piercing. 13 plus 2 piercing. So yeah,
I have 3 armors, so...
It has messy, but I'm not going to do it for the blade. That's going to be on the crossbow specifically. I'll leave that.
Yeah, but with you only having your leggings on, what is your armor at?
Oh shit! Yeah, I'm not wearing the top part. I'm not wearing the crucial part of getting stabbed here, so I guess I'll just take.
So where did he stab you though? Was it in the?
He didn't really stab him. It was like the blade extended and it kind of carved across the front of his body on like kind of a surface.
Where I'm not. The
Considering
part I
health
took
numbers
off my
of you
armor.
guys, yeah, it was like a pretty good one, but it's not gonna kill him.
So I assume I'm wearing. Yeah, I'm wearing no armor on my chest right now. So.
Yeah. That one was good.
I just take 13. Two
Oof.
piercing only goes through armor, so
Fucking
I
damage.
don't have any. So I'm at
Wait. Hang on. Retcon. I fucked up. Small boo-boo on my end. Sorry, it's not 2d8 damage. It's best of 2d8. My unfortunate mistake. It is only 7.
Okay.
Everyone
Okay,
sigh
so
of
it's
relief.
not both
It was
together.
my fuck up, yeah.
Oh.
I rolled them together while I was speaking, so I forgot that it's best of 2d8.
Yeah, because he's a bit squishy for this fight.
He's a little
Because he
squishy
goes
for this
forward all the time.
fight. So I was like, that seems like a lot of damage for a second there, and I was like, oh shit, that's a best of 2d8. I even wrote it out in my notes there. Okay, yeah, so that ends Bantaran's sort of go there. Raven, what would you like to do?
Raven constructs, because he heard the problem about armor and remembering Dwemer spheres, he creates a really big hammer.
I'm
Blood
guessing
damage.
close and reach.
Yes.
Easy to guess. All right.
And then that
What would you
also
like to
has
do
messy because reasons.
what would you like to do with this large hammer?
I believe it has precise as well because of something else. Let me see.
I think it does. Wait, no, that's. Hang on.
Let me see. I need to look at this.
I think you said it does have precise. Hang on.
It does, yeah. Their psychic weapons are exceptional with grace and balance. Weapons you create through sharp thoughts have the precise tag. Yep.
Pick out his fucking kneecaps if you're so precise.
Yes.
Pick out his knee joints.
I was actually just gonna take off one of his arms, but
I thought about trying to do that, but I kind of biffed it. So
It doesn't matter. Anyways, it's fucking maximum level. Who cares? It's precise. Fuck it. Doesn't matter. It's an unimportant tag. So, anyways,
it's an
I like to
unimportant.
hear.
roll hack and slash with precise rather than with your
Okay.
dex
So-
because of precise instead of your strength.
Yes. Because of precise. Oh yeah, with dex. Yes.
Mhm.
Okay,
Precise means you hack and slash, you melee attack with your dexterity rather than your strength. Which is funny because you're using a giant hammer.
That's
Kind of
why I
ass
was
backwards,
like,
but it's a little funny. Take him out! Take him out!
Okay, and then
It's
my
a
damage.
spiky hammer.
I rolled an 8. So what was my damage die?
Yours is a D8. Hold on, let me scroll up a little bit. D8.
Ooh. Okay, so I rolled an 8 for the hack and slash, and damage I rolled a 3.
Okay, hang on. Do you have any piercing? You don't have any piercing on your sharp thoughts weapons, right?
No.
Roll
I
your
believe-
messy.
Only the messy, yes. I have messy on them. That's the only other thing.
That's what I'm saying. Is roll your messy.
Yeah. What was that? 1d4?
Yes, 1d4. What I usually do. 'Cause
One.
some certain things say it on them, and then certain things don't. I like to think that it does add damage because the whole idea of is that it fucks shit up. That it like tears things
Pretty
apart.
much.
Yeah, I don't know if
think
you've read
on
the book yet,
the-
but like it's supposed to tear things apart. So the idea is in my head is like it doesn't necessarily add a whole lot of damage, but it adds a little bit because it is a gnarly weapon and therefore
I-
it creates gnarly
I think-
wounds.
Yeah, I agree with you because I feel it reminds me of the messy perk from Fallout New Vegas.
Yeah.
Where
Are we gonna say
it
Paul?
kind of
Fallout
just
New
floats me to extent.
on my mage character sheet, you could add the messy tag, and it was an extra D4, and I think
Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about. It's like some things it says it adds a D4, and I'm like, it should be for everything if it's like here and there. So I always say that it's a D4, or I'm trying to work that in. Except for on this, the Dwemer Sphere, he has. I'm gonna say it specifically on his crossbow because I don't want him hitting you guys for, 13 damage on accident. Just kidding. That can't happen, but it would be funny.
I can't have.
Hold on, let me roll his damage to you. You take 6 damage with 2 piercing. So it goes through your armor. He does 6 damage to you. You did how much to him? You said 3?
Plus the messy, that's 1 more, so 4.
A 4? You hit and it just glances off. It just doesn't even seem to catch anything. Dar, what would you like to do?
Well, this
Am
is-
I in a position, if I use the ability on my bow at the second charge, would I hit those my 2 companions, or would I just hit the sphere?
I'd say you could probably move up. It's like I'm not gonna like be like you'd have to move first, but like you could understand that you probably move forward. Yeah, you could probably move, but you'd probably put yourself in a spot before even taking volley, considering the room size, proximity, and the number of places that you can stand are limited. But you could do your bow if you want. You just have to be really close and in an unfortunate place. So regardless of whatever you do, even if you roll high, you may still get struck by this thing. And to make it fair, if it does get a strike at you, I'll probably roll to see if it can hit or not. Simply because you're using a bow and, like, already trying to stay out of the way anyways. But we'll see if we get to that. What would you like to do?
Well, I was thinking of using 2 charges on my bow, which will leave it stunned, and they cannot hit back when you're in a spot. Roll 6 below or 7 to 9, or if you take extra damage option in the hack and slash. That's what you wrote down.
Yes. Sorry, I'm scrolling down. With 2 charges, and they're stunned, they cannot hit back when in a spot. Roll a 6- or 7 to 9, or if you take the extra damage option, hack and slash. Oh, okay, yeah. So it's like, it's a benefit for you or your teammates. So it's the idea of the first 2 charges is to help everybody else out. The 3 charges is like, this shit's bad, I'm gonna fuck it up. The whole idea, so the idea of the bow is to help other people. So like, you can use the 2 charge. I'm just like reminding you. I'm sure like you don't mind, but the idea of like the idea of the bow is to help your teammates and like buff them up a little bit. That was kind of the idea I had behind it when I designed it. Would you like to do that? The 2 charges?
Yeah, I'd like to do the 2 charges.
Okay. See, was there any damage involved on the 2 charges?
I wasn't sure about that.
So your busted bow that I designed for you, it just happens because it's a charge-based item. So you guys watch as Dar charges forward, reels back on the bow with no arrow knocked. But as he pulls back, you see once again, like before, on the hillside in the woods, fighting the dragon, or actually fighting the thieves. I don't remember who exactly you shot it at, but you watch as purple conjuration energy comes in and forms an arrow in his fingers and at the front of the bow. But it's like, as the energy gathers, the arrow is like bluish white, looks like wind almost. And as he releases it, it flies forward, and as the fletching of the arrow catches by his hand, it explodes in a thunderous sound, which is almost deafening in this tiny ass tunnel. It's just like, and then it's like ears ringing as you watch it fly out. Unlike on the hillside, it's not 3-layered. You don't see 3 small waves of energy close together traveling. You only see 2. 2 small waves of energy come out, travel and hit this Dwemer sphere, knock it back, and it's like shifting and like moving, and it looks like it's like short circuiting. Bantaran, what would you like to do?
We're gonna attack this thing again.
Hit the fuck out of it. What you got?
And he has some kind of bonus because of the stun and the...
Yes, so if you roll a 6- or a 7 to 9, you will not take damage from him. On hack and slash specifically, or other moves.
Oh,
He
nice.
has the stunned tag at the moment. But only long
long does
enough
that
for
last?
one person to try and get a
I
hit in.
rolled a fucking 10, so it don't matter.
It don't even fucking matter.
I'm gonna use Mirage again.
I'll also say, oh, you're using that. Okay, never mind. Yeah, just do your normal thing. It's not hack and slash, so it's a little bit different. He is stunned and can't hit you back, so no matter what you do, you're clear. You get essentially a free hit in with your thing.
Okay,
You're
good.
using that. That was just. Sorry.
You're using that.
I had to think for a
My,
second.
my main attack. You're using that?
Max
Yeah,
level.
you fucking
remember?
idiot.
Still Umbra, yes.
So, what are you doing with your Master's Blade work?
I'm gonna fucking use Mirage, Burst, and fuck it, I'll use Torrential since he can't attack. Let's go full swing.
Ears.
Mirage Burst. Okay, Mirage first. I will roll a d4. Go ahead and you roll a 10. Never mind, you already rolled. What the fuck am I on about? Gotta catch up. Okay, I rolled a 4, so you get. Oh my god.
Hold it!
Woo!
Yes!
You get 4 Mirages.
Roll well. Come on, roll well.
Ouch.
Okay,
Beat the shit out of it.
so Mirage.
Alright,
Remind me again.
I'll-
Mirage, and then
burst, which I deal an extra d4 of
Okay.
damage with the forceful tag.
Okay.
And then torrential. I attack with a flurry of strikes that my opponent must dedicate to blocking, or instead if they attack me, I attack again.
Well, he is stunned, so unfortunately Torrential doesn't seem to do much, but you get a fuck ton of damage because you roll a bunch of mirages. So this thing is about to disintegrate.
Can't hear anything going on.
Probably.
Alright, so I'll roll
Go
once
ahead and
for me,
roll.
so the torrential doesn't do anything.
Yeah. I only say that early because he's stunned, so he can't attack back currently.
Alright. Alright, I'll roll first for me.
Yeah.
I roll the 3 plus 2 piercing,
Okay.
and then I'll roll my burst for that. I forgot to bust out a d4.
Add the burst.
I got a 3, so that first attack is 6.
6 with 2 piercing. So let me do some math here. Hang on. That's funky math.
Well, we know he's got at least 4 armor.
That takes him down to... Ooh, you get him right through the middle, and he looks worse for wear after that big hit from you. Now your mirages move in.
Alright, do you want me to roll for each one, or just roll once?
I'd say roll one set of damage, and it'll apply to all of them, considering that they're copies of you and also copies of each other. That theoretically would strike exactly the same. It's kind of like looking in the mirror, but the mirror kind of does its own thing.
I need to roll a 5 or a 6 then.
But a bunch of mirrors.
I rolled a fucking 1.
Oofers. Yeah, it does look bad, though. You got a big hit in on it. So wait, you rolled a 1. That's 4 damage with 2 piercing. Wait, hang on.
I was about to say, is that individually or
Hang on.
accumulative?
You might actually get through here. Give me a second. So that's 4. That's interesting math. So wait. 4 reduced down. That's tricky. Come on, brain, process.
You're like 2 damage.
You actually did.
I said at minimum
So
4.
he has,
I mean, at least.
he has 5 armor. So they actually did manage to get in 1. It looks bad for the Stormer Sphere, close to the end of fighting this little quick skirmish fight.
Damn, if I would have rolled a 2.
Raven, finish off the Stormer Sphere if you can. What would you like to do?
Okay. Well, these are new. Might as well try them out. He just, he has these gauntlets that are, like, spiked at the knuckles that he made over the past night. And he just starts freaking punching.
All right, hack and slash. Let me hear it.
Yes.
This will still have, it still has precise. Reasons.
Yeah, because reasons.
Ooh.
Yes, because reasons.
Ooh. I rolled a 6. Interesting. Oh, wait, I forgot the X one. 8.
8. All right.
Better. Okay, so that's 8, yes.
So you will take damage in return, but you do get a hit in. Roll your damage.
How long is he stunned for?
Enough for one person to get a hit in.
Oh god.
Gotcha.
Okay.
A hack and slash hit?
The reason
Or
from your bow, in order for Banterin to hit it without any sort of repercussions whatsoever.
so it took off the stun. Okay.
He rolled. It's essentially like a free hit if someone manages to roll shitty. It's essentially like, here, even if you roll 6, you'll probably hit this thing. He rolled really well, so yeah, a little funky. Unfortunate that he didn't roll like a 6 or something and get full use out of it, but it did open up a moment for him to hit the fuck out of it.
Yes, without taking damage.
Yeah, without taking any sort of repercussions whatsoever.
Okay, so I rolled an 8 on the hack and slash. I rolled a 1 on my damage die, and Messi gave me 2. So
Shit.
So that is a solid 3.
Oof. You hit it, and I'll say you run up and you give it the old like boxer combo, like two jabs to the face with like the left hand, and then you like uppercut it, and then send one left hand gut shot like right into the center, like into the metal chest plate, and then you just like step back, kind of bounce around a little bit, and it's like, oh shit, that didn't do anything.
All we hear is ting, 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 ting,
yeah, it's
bye.
just like, ting, 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 ting. And then he
realized he's fighting a robot, not a person.
Dar, destroy the Dwemer Sphere if you can. What would you like to do?
I
you
would
can.
Step right
I would
up.
like
You
to
can.
aim my bow at the hole that Bantrin put in its chest.
Okay. Yeah, it's like carved out wedge that goes across in the opposite direction, like slash across its face.
Like a bajillion tiny cuts.
So you're
Yeah.
you said you're aiming an arrow specifically?
Yes.
Okay. Roll volley
Isn't that plus dex?
plus dex.
10.
Very nice. No consequences. Roll your damage.
7.
Oh. Dar,
Thank
how do you
Fuck.
eliminate the Dwemer Sphere?
The arrow shoots straight into its chest and through its core, powering it.
So, Dar pulls back the arrow, and it's like everything kind of slows down for a moment, and he releases the arrow, and there's that slow bullet time as it like travels through the air, and it goes like as Raven is standing there with his fists up and like backs up. The arrow travels actually underneath your armpit, Raven, and like you see it fly past, and it strikes right into the middle of the Dwemer Sphere, and takes out some sort of like middle component thing that's like super important that like holds the whole top part together, takes it out and sends it into the other side of the shaft into the wall, and he watches like it just sticks there, and you remember, oh yeah, that's just gonna be there forever now. At least until we come back up, because it like at an angle it went like high up on the wall now, so it's just there.
Raven just kind of turns
As,
and
like,
looks
The Dwemer
slowly
Sphere
and
kind of, the arms fall off and the head rolls off and just everything goes bad. And it just falls to pieces. Calsomo's just like, that was frightening.
They caught us at a bad time. We didn't even have time to prepare our armor.
As he pays attention to the fact that he's the only one not wearing.
Calsomo actually he gets up and you guys are conversing and walks over back to the engine and he looks at it and he's trying to like gauge it, and he looks and
Can you
finds-
fix it?
he's like, I think so. I don't know if it's necessarily a problem of fixing it. And he goes, here it is. He flicks a little switch, and then it like judders a bit, and then it goes and starts lowering, and you watch as your lonely arrow begins to rise up the wall. There we go. And then he pulls out he pulls a sheet of paper out of his pocket, and he looks at it, and he's like counting. And he goes, should almost be there, I think. We slept for quite a while. And we ate several hours. Yes, we should almost be there, I think. Roughly. It's hard to gauge.
Maybe
So
an
we would
hour
have-
or two's left,
An hour or two left.
roughly.
So that would get me my 2 charges back.
Yes.
Mayhaps.
Madeline gets up, and the two of you specifically note, Raven, you came in at like the back end of the conversation, so I don't know if you noticed or not, but she had dropped the accent she had earlier. Dar, you specifically noticed that she's dropped to a different accent. It's like, what? But she's, well, better get ready. We'll be there soon. Let's armor up, everyone. Shifted
Bantrin.
slightly to seem more
You-
high rocky, like Daggerfall.
Heal what we
area.
can.
Yeah. I thought that thing was going to kill us all. And she seems more like chipper and like upbeat.
Happy.
Not necessarily like happy, but like less like skeptical of everyone.
Reserved.
Seems a bit more
Bantrin's,
comfortable. That's the word I'll use. She seems more
Yes, that's the
comfortable.
word.
yeah, Bantrin's
Oh.
bandaging stuff up. I wouldn't have been too worried about. Eventually, I would have created enough of me
Didn't want to
So,
interfere. I didn't want to accidentally hit one of
damage.
you. That would have been very bad.
Well, I guess I should have been worried about him after that conversation me and you had up top, talking to Madeline.
My problem is gone now. I don't have anything to worry about. And I guess I can trust most of you. Looks at Raven. She goes, kind of gives you an eye. I think.
He laughed.
She
Nice.
says that as she, like, pulls tight the strap around the sword on her back. Kind of smirks and she stands up. Well, we should be ready.
He's like, don't
This
worry.
is getting-
I won't take,
It's getting cooler
I
down
won't-
here, so I believe we've begun to approach.
Nah.
Think it would be getting warmer. Bertrand's putting his armor on. Arm for
Well,
the
it depends on what
sleeves.
you're close to. I have no
Very
idea.
true.
Seems like Oblivion is the right answer here.
We'll find, well, when we find a bit more heat, we'll know we're getting closer to the volcanic center of the mountain. And it appears we haven't approached that close yet. Elsomo's like, I believe we're all ready. He walks over and he pokes the book with like a spoon or something, and doesn't seem to do anything. He closes it quickly with like, closes it really quick, and then like tries not to touch it, and he pats it, and picks it up. Says, I'm not taking this with me. He looks around the room, and he sees like the pile of, like pots and pans next to the little engine thing, and he goes, that'll work. Scoots him aside and sets the book down behind it, specifically to hide it so he's not carrying that shit on him. And then like moves the pots and pans and closes up that little spot. Hide it. Not really
I
like
like
there's
the
a whole
thought
lot
to come
to
to
hide.
my idea to hide it.
Yeah, it's like
You got a little bag, take an arrow and stick it again on the wall and leave it up there while we're going
It's like-
down.
Essentially the hopes of like having a Dwemer Spider not come in here and strike it with lightning at point blank range and disintegrate the book. But so about another couple hours passes. Is sitting and waiting, kind of anxious. And it's getting a little bit colder, cooler and more damp. Smell of minerals, like a deep mountain in the air, in the rock. And you feel the lift begin to slow a bit, making that bouncing feeling again. And then it stops. Osama looks up. I think we're here. As to where here is, it looks at you, Ben Terran. I wonder.
Tomb of Migrac Drutvar.
We will see. And he walks over and he walks up to the door and he looks at it for a second. And looks around. And he doesn't seem to know what to do. And then like the door begins to like, not as quickly as it opened before, but probably because this door has been sitting for a millennia. Many millennia just closed. With water and things dripping on it and minerals and all the other shit, so it's probably a bit clogged up, but it's Dwemer metalwork, so it can't clog completely. It can only clog so much.
As it starts to open, can I pull him back a little bit just in case?
Yeah, you pull him back and he's, yes, good idea. And the door begins to open. And then it stops, finally. Not all the way open, but like near all the way open. There's definitely like build up in it, and it's like jammed a bit. There's that, you look at it and you go, that probably won't close again. It's probably stuck there. You see before you a familiar sort of room if you've explored Dormant Ruins before. It's a room that comes in. The hallway not necessarily, but the rest of the room, yes. You walk in, hallway favoring the left side of the room, as there's a short wall on your right. Makes a 90-degree angle, and you see a metal grate wall that goes down the middle of the room, not parting. You can walk over, but it's starting at about 10 feet in. A metal grate wall with, how do you describe it? I don't even know. It's not a hard wall. It's got the little slits in it. You can see through to the other side and all that. You know what I'm talking about, right? The big middle square walls, it's sections.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It kind of splits the room, but it's not like
Kind of like an arrow holes down the side of it.
Yeah, like you can see the other side, but like you can't get through it because it's metal and hard, and that's a thing. The other side of the room is just a long straight hallway that goes to a door. Pretty big. If you've ever been to Blackreach, you recognize these doors as the big, huge double doors, and you're like, those are the doors. The Calcelmo, before you guys are like, that one, that go that way. Calcelmo actually catches your armband here and says, wait, that's a library. On the left side of the room, where it's kind of like dark and closed in a little bit, you walking in, you kind of adjust a little bit, and you see tables and chairs laid about. A couple of books on tables, completely ruined, by the way. Humidity and being this low down and this cold fucking ruined the ones on the tables, but you do see a bookshelf. A few more ruined, but there are some that lay out on the bookshelf that still survive. And then there's also, at the end of this little small library sort of room, there's a door at the end. Smaller door, just, your typical smaller little double door into some sort of room on the other side. What would anyone like to do? There are books intact on that shelf that Calcelmo immediately goes for, and he's like...
Yeah, they say Banterin and Calcelmo both immediately start going over there, just like picking out Banterin's gonna take the older destroyed books, kind of set them aside, not just toss them carelessly, just kind of put them in a pile, but he's finding
as
the
you
ones
grab
that
them
are
and begin going in your inventory and dropping them on the floor, all they say is ruined book, and you cannot read them specifically. Just kidding. Had to throw that in because I hate that shit.
Yeah.
All right, so
they're all brown and gross.
Searching through the books, Raven and Dara, what would you two like to do?
I would like to check and see if there's any kind of trap or anything, or is the door in the back of the little library area locked?
Okay, so what would you like to do first to this door?
Check for traps.
All right, trap expert, roll it up. A few dex rolls coming up here. Uh-oh, what'd you roll?
5.
5 total?
Yeah.
Oof. Unfortunate. It might be trapped. We'll find out, I guess. What would you like to do?
Is it locked?
Pushing on it? Trying to move it? Yeah, it's definitely locked.
But nothing happened when I tried to push on it? Or touch it?
It doesn't seem to do have any sort of reaction to it, but it doesn't open.
I will hold off for a second before trying to unlock it and open it to see if anybody else has any other plans in the room before we try and move on or check somewhere else.
Okay. Wait, did you say you are going to try and open it?
I'm going to hold off to see
okay.
what everybody else wants to do in this room first before trying to go forward.
Okay, Raven, what would you like to do? Dar's inspecting the door, and Banterin and Calcelmo have begun peeling through this bookshelf on the wall. It is a big bookshelf. It's about 10 feet tall and pretty wide. Pretty big bookshelf.
Raven keeps watch with
Yeah, Madeline's on kind of on standby, looking around the room, watching people.
He
kind of
has
walks down by Dar and kind of looks at the door, pushes on it, feels it a little bit. She looks at some of the books on the tables.
He kind of keeps watch with his with 2 psychic swords in each hand, kind of just. He knows something doesn't feel right.
Okay. So, I will say, at this point, Banterin, you reading through some of the spines and pulling out, the ruined ones. You find, let's see. First, Calcelmo finds a book called Night of Anguish. Night of Anguish? What? What's that? Because he says it as he pulls Night of Anguish, and he pulls it out. He begins opening it and reading through it. Taking a gander of it. Night of Anguish. Yes. What is this? Flipping through pages, and he's reading. It's kind of that moment of oh, he found one legible, and you're kind of frozen in place, just unable to ask the question of what does it say, because you're let him read, let him read, let him read. Oh my god. And he goes, he's eyes are getting wider and wider, and he's like flipping through pages a little bit faster and faster as he's reading. Whoa. This... There was a rebellion here. The Falmer rebelled against the Dwemer. There was a full rebellion. They were scared of something. It doesn't mention what. It's obviously written by the Dwemer. It refers to the Falmer as going savage and feral and beginning to attack them, but from what I can read between the lines, it seems that they rebelled against the Dwemer for something. They were scared of something. Something that they were doing.
I've read on the other tales of Falmer rebelling against the Dwemer, but do you think this place is so deep down? Do you think this is the start of where their animalistic characteristics start to kick in? The full blindness, the change in structure, just...
This could be the start of everything down here. Don't know. Don't know.
Let's keep looking through, see if we can find anything else before we move on to the next
As you
room.
turn back, like, to that book that you were about to grab and pull off the shelf, you pull it out and you realize this is a book that says something in Dwemer along the lines of, like strong weapons or swords or something like that. In Dwemer, it's a weird translation, but underneath it in the Dovazul, it says something there also. Of course, you can't read it, but what? But if you were to like translate it 1-to-1 into the common speech, it would come out to say Zortuz, which is weird. It's like that doesn't mean anything. That sounds like dragon speech. It's like Dovazul. What does that mean?
Dovazul, Dwemer.
Does anyone here speak dragon?
Unfortunately, I know some, yes.
Banterin, when you see this, what do you do?
I think before he... Oh, I think he'll look at it and say... So what was what's the best way he could pronounce it again? I can't read it.
Zortuz. Translated
Zortuz.
directly from, like, the Dwemer into, like, the common speech letters. It's like, this doesn't even make sense.
Zortuz. He's gonna look over. Raven, you wouldn't happen to know the dragon language, would you?
I know some.
Think you could translate Zortuz for me?
And he says that, and you're like, that sounds funny. That's kind of familiar. Something from your time, something you heard about. And then you look at the front of this book, and you see the Dwemer, and it's like, that's fucking nonsense. Because it's like written out, it's like dragon pronunciation written in Dwemer. Fuck. And then you read the Dovazul on it, and it's, you see it, you're pronouncing it out. It's like saying a word, a Chinese word in the written American pronunciation, and then like saying that to a Chinese person. They're like, what? And then you like say it again. And they go, oh, you mean this? And you're like reading it, and you read it in the Dovazul. Oh, that is Zortuz or whatever, proper pronunciation. You're like, oh, it like clicks in your head. Legendary blades.
Okay.
It says, but in the dragon, it actually says Zortuz and other dangerous blades. Specifically.
Well, it's referring to an old legendary blade, and is implying that there are others.
Blades, plural.
Yes.
Very specifically.
Antrin's gonna start flipping through it. See if he can find anything that catches his eye. It's like, wait a minute, and then... But he's gonna start flipping through to see if he can recognize some.
There's no real way to fail this. Roll 2d6 plus wisdom. There's no real way to fail this, but I want to see how much you gather.
You gonna hit me with wisdom, huh?
I am, unfortunately.
I could just do that.
-1.
I guess if I'm flipping
See,
through it,
I'll have you roll because you're reading through it, and Raven, since you're looking over his shoulder, I'll say you can roll an aid if you want. And if you have any bonds with Banterin, however many you have with Banterin, that'll be your modifier. If you don't, it's just a straight roll. Roll 2d6 plus however many bonds you have with Banterin.
Come on. Oh my god.
I had my wisdom, correct?
What? No, you just roll straight roll if you don't have any bonds.
No.
I rolled a 10 minus 1.
Oh,
So if you can
may have
roll,
if you can,
roll, give me some aid.
yeah. If you can help him, he can get a +1 to make it a 10.
Unfortunately, I rolled a 6.
Ugh.
You can ask me one question from the list. Okay, I'll open this up. If you can't think of a specific question, ask me a question from the list of discern realities. Beyond that question, I'll give you what you learn. Also, beyond that, because you'll learn more than that. Like I said, there's no real way to fail this.
Do I find anything on a sword name? Do I see anything relating to a sword named either brazened or humbled? I'm
Yes.
looking for those keywords. All right, that's what I'm looking for. Is those pages?
First paragraph, first page, chapter 1. It says the words on to your face. It says brazened, and then it says Gavin Thearch, humbled, Strolso Lucifort, and then it says joyed, Kaelin Jondicel, honored, Lyriana Daliel, and then it goes into details, beginning of a story. I'll say with a 9, mixed success. I'll say what you gather from reading like this first page and maybe some of the second before somebody maybe interrupts is an old tale that mentions the use of 4 swords. And you kind of like reflect a moment.
So it doesn't
Are
sound like a
these-
Zelda reference.
That's what I was thinking.
Are these two of 4 of something? Because it's just beginning to tell the tale of 4 people who were great heroes, referred to as Man Mary, a long time ago, and their travels as they traveled towards Skyrim to help in the effort against the fight against the dragons. And that there's just a lingering like, oh my god. In this immediate moment after like reading like that first page and like part of the second one, what do you do?
Venture's like looking at it. He's gonna close it. He's gonna put it in his satchel. That way he can read it later because he knows about the music. Madeline, I think I found something about our swords that we
What?
can discuss. They're blades of. We have 2 of 4 legendary Dwemer heroes, I assume.
It was, Man Mary. Breton,
The
early
man-
Bretons.
Early Bretons.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
What Bretons were called before they were called Bretons.
Oh well, I just did not know that. Now I do.
The early Bretons were called Man Mary because they were considered mongrels. They still are a lot of the time. Yeah, people call them mongrels because they're like a mixture of the blood.
Four
Now they're like
blades
a
of
perfectly
legendary.
even mixture, so like they're kind of neither human nor Altmer or whatever, Aldmer, whatever. They're not elves, but they're not men.
The 4 blades of the Man Mary. Some of the first Bretons. Legendary heroes. Seems they've fallen in our hands after all this time.
At the moment of like you discussing this with Madeline, Calsamo is. You notice he had found something and he was reading it. And it looked like some kind of file, and it was like wrapped up. And he was like, it made quite a bit of noise. So that's how you knew he found it. And he was like unwrapping it and opening it. Probably like you assume it's probably like some kind of full file. That once it was filled up, it was wrapped up to be contained in something like some kind of cover, sort of box shaped like a book. And he opened it up and it made all kinds of noise. Pulled the paper out and like opened the orders up. Or not orders, but orders. He says, you know, oh, it looks like soldiers' orders or something. Kind of just under his breath. That everybody noticed. You hear a book, or probably what he was reading, hit the floor, and he stumbles backwards. And he says, "No, no, 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 no.
Osamu, what's wrong?
That vile work. That. Read it."
Banthorn speed walks over to it and picks it up and reads.
You begin reading where he was holding it, and the papers kind of spread a little bit because he dropped it flat and it hit the floor. So they didn't go flying everywhere, but they dropped and like shifted a little bit, and you can like gather it and pick it up. And you're looking and you're reading, and it makes mention of it just is just this ranting, and it like you read at the top and it's like orders, just orders to like security and soldiers, and it's just like gloating for one whole page. And then it gets to the next page, and it's like, the might of the Dwemer will overcome everything and all the whole world, and we will take over all. We will rule everyone. The second page keeps going. It keeps going. You get halfway down, and you read the words, a scroll of our own to take down the needs and rid the world of the filth. And your hair stands up. A scroll. That's specific wording. That's real specific. And then it says, the power of Ethereum will overcome. Migrac Drutvar will overcome.
Pendrin throws the papers against the fucking wall.
It just essentially ends like, as you get to the bottom before you toss it, it's just like, prepare yourselves for war. The might of Migrac Drutvar will overcome. And it just, like, you feel like your hands have been soiled with like the threat of using whatever it is that they mean. They said scroll, but it's like you don't want to believe what you read. What do you all do?
What's going on,
with this
gentlemen?
reaction?
These Dwemer have been tampering with magic of the gods. For a race that doesn't believe in them, they sure like to pretend they are one.
To be honest, I'm not necessarily surprised.
It's
They've
not
done
surprising
plenty of
until you
things
discover.
similar before.
It's not surprising, yeah, until you discover that they've, according to those orders, they had apparently had created a scroll, doing gods know what, playing to rid the filth needs. Basically, sounds like a scroll to kill off every race in Tamriel.
Does not bode well. If they made this, we need to find it and destroy it.
Immediately.
As quickly as possible. I will not return with a team here, with that thing existing in the world, wherever it is. If it's just a regular Elder Scroll, we get it, we take it to the college, and we forget it exists. But I hesitate to even try to comprehend what it might be once we get to it.
Raven's just there with the swords and he's like, well, here we go again. Hope your scene isn't involved this time.
What would you guys like to do now with this weird bit of extreme tense conflict in the hearts of Calcelmo and Banterin? Do you guys agree? You guys didn't say anything, so I was just curious.
I don't. My character probably wouldn't fully understand what's going on.
Say you would know as much as an Elder Scroll is some shit that you don't fuck with. If the word was ever said down in the Thieves Guild, it was like, don't talk about that. We don't touch those. It's like
I would probably agree with the two experts.
Scroll, it's like, what are you talking about an Elder Scroll for? What? You don't bring that up. That's creepy.
Ravens ran into all sorts of things during his time.
Like to give you guys to shift you a little bit, to sift your proverbial sand through the sifter, settling you into the world a bit. Saying the word Elder Scroll in passive conversation at all, just saying the word Elder Scroll out loud, is like walking into a town center and saying, I know where the Holy Grail is. I know the exact point. And I have touched it. It's like just walking out and saying that, everybody's gonna go, what? You're fucking crazy, man. Why are you saying that? That's weird. Like, I have seen the Ark of the Covenant. Alright. Sure. Like, is that even real? Like all the same points as that. It's like, why are you saying that? Is that? I don't even know if those are real. You know? It's like that. Dar, that's your understanding of it. It's like, what?
I probably agree with the two experts in the room.
It's like their conviction of it. You're like, okay, so these things might be real. I think that's kind of where you would be. Is like, oh wait, hang on, these are real?
Oh shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Probably what's going through my head. Oh shit.
Because it's one of those things that people spread rumors, and you're like, that's not real. That's not real. Until somebody like with that conviction talks about it to people, especially, and it's like, hold on, we're talking about like weird beginning of time shit. You know, that's weird. Raven, what do you think? Are you doing anything in this moment?
Everyone else is just kind of worried about the situation and everything, and Raven's just kind of, here we go again.
Well, would you like to... Are we going to do anything with this door, or are we just going to continue on and try and find this quote-unquote scroll?
I look at him and say, since this is a library and it has some important books in it, should we see what the connecting room has before we go to the other door?
Might as well check.
I will head back over to it and see if I can unlock it.
All right, tricks of the trade. Roll plus dex.
Well.
Oh wow, Jesus Christ! Yeah, you do it. No
Yes.
problem. I'll read it directly from the move. Door opens. No trap, fortunately. You couldn't discern if there was one or not, but there wasn't one. Fortunately for you.
But there wasn't.
There wasn't one.
I don't know if it's there, but there
Just a second. Lizzie needs me for a second.
All right, go ahead.
Just pure intuition. It's
I'll
like, yeah,
say,
there's definitely not one there.
And Taryn and Raven, I imagine you probably rushed past him as the door. He's like crouched down working on it, and it click, and then it opens. And I imagine you guys just fly past him to this chest in the room because it's like the only thing in there, kind of tucked to the left a little bit. And you, I know what's in it. Did I specifically note anywhere else what was in it? I don't know if I did. Hang on. Bear with me a second. Okay, there it is. So there is a chest in there. I'm going to go ahead and roll for him since he's doing something real quick. 86.
I'm back.
I rolled a 10. What is your modifier? You just rolled
Plus
a 10
3.
on
For
tricks of
Dex.
the trade again. You open
So
the chest.
13.
Yeah. So you open this chest, and inside you find a Dwemer's staff. It's actually more of like a scepter. It's actually kind of short. There's a weird cut-down staff, but it's kind of cool. You don't know what it does, because it's a staff, and you guys aren't really mages per se. Somebody could try and discern what it is. Try really hard and think. Maybe give yourself a nosebleed.
Find a bag of lore.
It's got a gem set into it. Go ahead and roll spout lore if you like.
Yes, something I'm good at.
Bag of precious gems, probably worth a lot of money. A bunch of amethysts and other things.
Got 12.
Some coins and stuff mixed in. If we're worried about specific amount, if we ever think we're going to play these characters again, I'll come up with some amount, but it's worth some money for your characters to take back flavor-wise later on. And there is a lexicon inside as well.
Treasure trove of the library.
Exactly. And it's not a filled to the brim lexicon, but it does have some information scribed into it.
Calcelmo, take care of the lexicon. I rolled a 12 looking at the
hold on to
scepter.
it. Okay. It has markings on it. And you realize, oh, it's short for a reason. This isn't a staff or a scepter. It's a key. But to what? It's like...
Does he tell us that?
Well, I'll say... if he tells you if it's a key or not, I don't know. But, like, what you can see, Benterin, is... It's a key, but you don't know what it's for, specifically. But it's... You're getting that itchy feeling like, I should keep this.
Yeah,
Something
Benton will
tells you.
pick it. See, he just picks it up, just and then puts it on his back next to his sword, kind of like maybe he takes some cloth or something out of his satchel, makes a makeshift sling, and
if
then
you don't
puts
remember
it
what a
back.
Dwemer staff looks like specifically, because it has the top of a Dwemer staff, it's like the 4 prongs with the gem set in the center. It's like, kind of looks like come on, brain. It looks like Orthanc, like Isengard. Looks like the Tower of Orthanc, kind of, with a little gem in the center, but it's like Dwemer metal. You remember, guys? Am I jostling memories? If you need to, look up a Dwemer staff, and you'll know what I'm talking about. Just looks like a typical Dwemer staff, but it's got like scuff marks on it. The reason you were able to discern that is it's got scuff marks that look like it's been put into something somehow. So it's like, oh, it's a key, and the stone is like a different color than they usually are as well. It's like a white stone, like foggy white. What would you all like to do now?
Andrew will sling the key over his shoulder, and then I guess Calcelmo has the lexicon so we can look at it. He doesn't care about the other stuff, the gems in the room, but he's just like, this key, they went through the trouble of putting this key here. It has to go to something we're gonna need.
Might be something in that past that big door. That may be why they hid it in the library so close.
Or it is the key to the big door. We'll see.
We will.
What would you like
If
to
that's
do
all
now?
that's in the room, I guess head back through the library to the other side.
All that's left is to walk around to the other side. Short little walk through the room. It's not a huge room, just a short little walk, and you walk around. And there before you, your move activates there, Dar. Trap Expert. Roll 2d6 plus dex. Like something catches
11.
you, because you walk out first, and you're like, wait. 11. All right.
11.
What does it say on 11? You recognize the design, spot a weakness, take +1 forward to interact with it. What are you going to do with your +1 forward? It's essentially you take +1 forward is you take +1 on the next move that you make, pertaining
Plus
to
the
that
dex.
thing, plus your dex,
Or
and that's to
whatever.
your modifier. Yeah, but it's essentially +1 forward to anything that pertains to this specific device, or whatever it is that you're interacting with.
Well, I would probably try and disarm it,
Okay.
if possible.
So you look at it and you're like, all right, there's a thing here, and you look up and you go, oh shit, it's just 4 big pistons across the ceiling that would come down and just crush someone. Those big wide pistons too, not just the little shrimpy bitch ones that like push you off the
Covers
ledges
the
and stuff.
whole area.
It's like a big one, the real big ones, like in that one room. If anyone remembers the specific Dwemer ruin, where they're the huge ones that like push you. They're like sideways and they like push you off the ledge into the center of the room, and you go back up and like go all the way back around.
Yeah.
They're
I
really
remember that
fucking
one.
annoying ones. They're not the little ones that like push you to the side on the stairs or something. These are big bitches, and they come down out of the ceiling and will crush. You look at it and you see like, hey, it's set into the ceiling. Little tripwire, but it's like a Dwemery type of tripwire, in that it's like sort of like a little metal line in the floor. A tripwire. It's real thin, and it's like if you step on it, there's enough difference in it. Here's a real specific. Think the little entry bar on our lifts at work. Except it's like
Yeah.
it's like like a micrometer
There's
difference.
slight difference in height.
It's not like that. It's not like sticking all the way up, but like it's enough. Like you look at it, you get like down on the floor, and you guys are watching Dar like work his magic, and you're like, interesting. He's like down on the floor, and he's like eyeing it, moving his head around, and you spot the difference right there. Yeah, there it is. Pressure plate. Step over it, no problem. Just don't step on that line in the floor, and you're good.
And I point this out to them, because I doubt we can disarm this, but
Duly
we need
noted,
to make sure
dear.
we step over.
She's like sees what you're looking. She's like kind of following your eye line as you did this, and and she's the first one that goes. She actually steps over it very carefully, and she looks at the line. She goes, and walks forward towards the door. Come on, everyone, don't be scared.
Pentrin steps over and it's just like, even in a Dwemer ruin, you really know your traps, Dar. Impressive.
I've been through plenty.
I bet I would have screwed up here and
That's one of those statements is like,
stepped on
is
it.
it either study of traps or how many traps he stepped in? Hmm.
I've
Or
stepped in
been able
plenty
to
and-
find in my past.
I've stepped in plenty and have not gotten any better at detecting them.
All right, so everybody gets safely past there. And before you stands the door, the two big double doors. And your gut, you know what's on the other side. Who's going to open the door?
Me with the key.
By the way, Dar, your trap expert doesn't activate. Obviously, or else I
Yeah.
said something. There's no trap on the door. Or at least you don't spot anything. Who's opening the door?
Banteron. The man with the key.
Yeah,
See if
Calcelmo
he-
motions forward and he says, Bantron, you may have the honors. I found out about this place. I want you to open the door. Forward. And pushes the doors. They swing open. And it's different from Black Reach. In your head a little bit, you're like, you have that expectation because, you know, what else could it really be like? That's the one. Black Reach, that's the one. That's a big one. That's huge. Swing the doors open. And it's very dark. As you step in, it's that feeling, if you've ever been in the dark in like a huge cave, like in the Marvel cave in Branson, it's that feeling in the darkness that you're like, you're standing in a smaller room, but you step through a threshold of the door, and you're like, oh, it's big in here. It's real big. And you look around and you see the glowing mushrooms, but they're not like, because they're glowing mushrooms, they're bioluminescent. It's not meant to light up things around it. So they light up a little bit, so you see some buildings here and there, and you can see them further back as they just kind of fade out of view. It goes far. This place is big. As big as Blackreach or bigger. Hard to tell.
Blackreach is pretty fucking huge. Not just
Yeah.
that one
Big
small
area.
in Skyrim too.
It's
That's a,
it's like, wow, okay. And then as you're walking forward, you kick something, and then rocks fall and everyone dies. I'm just kidding. You kick something, and you look down, and there is a small metal kind of knuckle that's got 4 holes in it. They're kind of wide. They're in a sort of, think a crosshair with no dot in the middle type shape. Think for a second. The key. This is the finishing of your roll, by the way. The key. I bet that fits in this hole.
I put in the key.
Put in the key. Nothing quite happens. You go, turn it.
That's to say I turn it.
Yeah, you turn it, and it doesn't turn like 90 degrees, it turns like 45. It's like when you pull the key out, the lines are like diagonal, which maddens everyone slightly on the inside. And as you do so, it's that moment of awe and wonder that you were expecting when you opened the door kicks in now. As you look across the city of Zeburmaxil, as lights, blue lights, begin to light up atop several buildings. Not every one of them, but many of them that look similar to the light in Blackreach, but much, much smaller and individualized to each building. And looking at them, you take a moment, you look at the lights, and then you look at the sword in your hand. Or if it's not in your hand, you think of like what your blade looks like, and you look at the lights again. And Madeline actually like kind of meets your gaze, like turns around and looks at you. She like stepped forward a little bit, and she looks out again. Goes, are those Ethereum lights all over the city?
This is this place is powered by Ethereum. Yeah.
This is insane. And as she finishes that sentence, there's a large sound of like whirring, turning, and straining. As you look out all the way to the other side of the city now that you can see laid out before you, several roads and buildings and things laid out. It looks like a city in here. It doesn't look like Blackreach. It looks like a city. Like you're walking through like Solitude. It's tall buildings all along down here. Tall buildings and such. But you can see out across, and you see it's got like a glowing ring and then like 4 blue lights around it, and then like certain lines of it glow. And you watch this tower at the end of the room, and you look and you go, that looks an awful lot. Oh my god, that's the tower. That looks like Mizulft. as it begins to, and it's loud, banging. It's just banging out over the city. And there's a sound of whirring and strain and noise as it stops, and you hear all the different steam pipes and tunnels all across the city. You see it spray up and move, and you do catch a couple of Fulmer over here or over there, like stirring and like looking around, like what the hell is going on? Like, these guys are freaked out now. And then it just everything begins to settle, but the glowing continues. And like a lot of the lights begin to dim a little bit. Not off, but it dims slightly. It seems like the activation of whatever you did activated that tower. And it also activated a little bit extra power that was in these lights also traveling through everything. And then hear a voice call out across the city. It's loud enough that you can hear it. But it's not like in your head or psychic or anything. It's maybe amplified by something.
Come here.
Calling out across the city. As you look at the tower. What do you all do?
Well, shit. What did we wake up?
Umbra pulls out his actual sword and just starts walking.
Kelsamo is like wide-eyed and he says, I don't know what that is, but he looks at you, Banter, and still like determined. He's like, we have to destroy that scroll, whatever it is. Destroy it, take it, get rid of it, something. It can't stay here. He's saying this in like affirmation, like sort of like, it can't stay here, like expecting some sort of response. Like, do you agree with this?
We will remove it from this area one way or another.
Madeline walks
but
over.
It will not remain here any longer.
Puts her hand on his shoulder and she says, it can't stay here. You must take it. And get rid of it or take it to the college or something. Like an affirmation with you and him. It must be dealt with. What would you all like to do? Time is a thing here. I'm not trying to rush you guys. I'm just saying.
Pull out my bow to get ready for anything coming from a distance and move along with everybody else.
So like me and Madeline both draw our swords in the like now going back to our purest style. You just see us pull it out the exact same way.
Okay, so looking across the city, coming down the steps, it's similar to like stepping down the steps of Blackreach, except the steps are centered and there's no like weird rock wall to the right. It's just like a big platform. A couple of those big, I want to say wind lance, but it's not Tolkien's universe. They're the big crossbow things, the big ballistas, triple ballista things sitting on the corners. There's stairs centered that go down, and you see a street, and it goes down one end and down to the other, and it turns, and it looks like it goes this way forward ahead of you. It looks like they zigzag, and there's buildings. You see there could be a route maybe between the buildings, going off-road a bit. Possibility of climbing, you don't know, something like that, or you could follow the roads and see where that gets you. How do you guys want to cross and get across the city? And where are you headed?
I assume we're headed for the big tower.
Agreed.
Is there a way I could speed up the process?
Someone kind of thirds that and he says it must be in that tower.
Is there a way I could speed up the process with my ability, maybe get across the city faster?
You can see the tower from where we're at.
I can.
That's fair. Let's see. Let me look at the move. We're gonna probably go with this, but I want to read the move specifically. Let's follow mechanics. I'm rushing a bit due to time, but
yeah, kind of same here. I don't have that much time left.
Yes. Okay. Unfortunately, it is within near range. So I'll say what you can do.
Unfortunately.
I'm gonna give you something here, though. I'll say you can use it, and you can move everybody. Because you have the jaunt, so there's no effort involved in just moving everybody. You could take all 5 people. But you're going to have to do it in leaps and bounds within near range. So it's like a bow shot's distance each time. So I'll say you're going to have to roll let's do. I'm gonna
From
roll.
like roof to roof.
I'm gonna roll
Kinda.
a d12, and if the d12 seems reasonable enough, if it's like more than 2, we'll see where we land. 2 or 3, more than 2 or 3, we'll see, and that'll be how many times you have to roll 2d6 plus your wisdom, you know, to do your slipstream step to get you guys there. Each failure will result in something. I got that d12. That's way too much. What the fuck am I thinking? A d8. I'm gonna roll a d8. That's fucking. I rolled an 11. I'm like, what
That's
the fuck
a
is wrong
lot.
with me?
That's a lot of rolls.
Okay, that's a 1. I'm gonna re-roll that. It's 2 for you. 4. We're going with 4. 4 rolls.
So I have to roll 2d6 plus wisdom 4 times.
You have to succeed at
And
this
succeed.
4 times. So, take your first
First
roll.
one's a 12.
Okay. Nothing happens. You guys disappear and you appear on top of a building. You look around and it's like some kind of lab, it seems. You can't... if anybody wants to roll and determine what it is, you can. Go ahead and make your second roll.
Alright, I rolled a fucking 9. What is this place?
Some
look,
kind of
quick
alchemy...
glance.
Yeah, some kind of alchemy lab. What did you roll in your second one, Raven?
12.
12 again. All right. No
Whoa.
problem. You guys disappear and reappear on some sort of weird L-shaped building. And to your left, there's like a big... It looks like a temple, probably. And then to your right, there's like a building here. If anybody wants to roll again, go ahead and try and determine
Oh,
what
my
some of this
bad. It
shit
was a
is.
10, but same result.
Must have been a place where they worship the god of intelligence. It's a temple. That's coming off the top of my head.
Yeah, like you can tell by just like glancing. Like at least you, Banter, and you look at it and you're like, ah, that's some kind of temple. If anybody wants to roll, you can. What did you roll on your third one, Raven?
Let me do that now.
Okay.
10.
And again, all right. You
We're
disappear
getting lucky.
and reappear.
We are.
No, I'm not getting lucky. I just have +3 wisdom.
It's a little sketchy. You appear at the edge of a cliff altogether. No one's like dangling off due to the weird teleportation or weird port keying or something like that. No weird video game mechanics where the NPCs are dropped off a cliff or anything. But you're right next to the cliff, and you see the little road that comes from your right and stops about 100 feet away from you, and it seems to go forward again into the tower. And it's a little bit higher than where you guys are at. But, fourth roll.
Oh boy, here we go.
I don't like that noise.
I can't tell if it's bugging out or what, because I can't tell if it rolled. But I sincerely hope it is not what I think just happened.
What's that?
I'm gonna try a second just to see if it. Oh,
Is it like a digital roller, or does it like
it's a
roll and tell you
digital
the number?
roller, so it's random.
So is it like
It'll
just telling
show
you a number?
You hit the
Ah,
button and it tells you a number. I can't tell if it bugged out or not because the number wasn't.
I'll say go with your gut. I mean, you're gonna succeed at these pretty well, anyways, because of reasons, you know.
Okay, so if we're going with it being buggy over what I rolled just now,
That you can take the
I
original.
would have rolled. Okay, so the
say,
original.
if
I
you-
don't know if it rolled. I couldn't tell.
I'll
'cause
say
it was
this: don't tell me
weird.
what the new roll is if you're gonna go with the other one. If you think it did, roll.
Okay, so new roll. I rolled an 11.
You're gonna go with the 11. All right.
I'll go with the 11
Like I
because
said,
that other
it's
one was
just one of your abilities that you're meant to use. So, like, of course, yeah. So you guys disappear and reappear right in front of the doors. And Banter, your hairs are standing up. It's like this is like Tower Mazulf. But when I went in there the last time, did you ever go in there? I'm assuming. I shouldn't assume. Did you actually go into Tower Mazulf? Because it would have been
I
open when
did.
you went.
I think so. Yeah.
I'm just talking about the game in general, so I know what you're talking about.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
You're remembering. It looks a lot like it. You guys, the door is like cracked. It's not closed completely. Who enters?
I guess banter on.
Madeline actually chooses and opts to like follow right closely behind you, and pushes the door further open for everyone behind her. And Sword Out begins walking in with you.
Sword out. Sword out.
You walk in, and
Okay.
it's exactly the same as Resolved. Like the sunken room with like the tables and chairs all along the sides of the room, scrolls and books and things like that. Everything ruined, of course, because of the environment here left for so long. But it looks just like it. It's like it's your hair. You're just goosebumps right now. You're just covered in goosebumps. I'll say for Dar and Raven, you're not necessarily feeling the same thing because you're not necessarily like as familiar with this sort of environment or what this leads to or what it could mean, but just due to like proximity to Banteran and his reactions to everything and just simply what is potentially here, you're getting the same feeling. Your hair is standing up. Like, what is here? What is this? There's a see an open double doors with, you know, normal sized double doors, but, you know, 8 feet tall, whatever, the typical ones. And there's a lift at the end. Same thing, Banteran. The lift at the end, lever in the middle. You know where this is going.
Well,
What do
everyone,
you guys do?
get on. We need to get that scroll.
Alselmo
The way to
specifically
go is up, it seems.
takes off his pack and he sets it next to the door and he says, I don't know what we're going to find in here. Anything in that bag I'm not going to need. If we need to run, we can grab it on the way out. And he rubs his hands together and he says, fought in a long time. But do my best.
Try not to push yourself, but we'll do everything we can.
Who pulls the lever?
Raven pulls the lever.
Okay.
I was waiting for someone else just in case.
Similar lever. Big clunk. Begins to lift up. Screen fades to black. Dragons, blah, 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 with an image on the screen that you can turn really quickly or slowly. Just gotta throw it in every now and again. Break up the tension just a little bit. Like I'm gonna scare everyone, give everyone nightmares.
Just on the loading screen, it's just like, oh, by the way, Raven's an elf. Probably didn't know that.
So you raise up Pantera, and it's you like if you could get more goosebumps, you would have them, but you're already at max. The door, you come up and you swing the doors open, little metal grate doors, and it's just the big. So you guys, all you see is a big Dwemer metal sphere in the center of this room, and a rounded, grated platform around your left that goes up. What do you do?
I think we both know what's up here, Kelsomo.
He nods
This
at you
is
and swallows.
This is exactly like their scroll reading room in Resolved. Okay.
I don't like the look of this place.
I don't either.
You guys are
Too
all getting
uncanny.
heebie-jeebies from this.
Looks eerily similar to something I've experienced before. And I can't say I like it.
Who walks up first?
Yes, Pantron once again. Lead the way, sword out.
So, you enter.
Bow drawn, following a little bit behind him.
Perfect.
You all walk up. Madeline takes to walking beside Calcelmo in the back. Not behind him, but next to him. Like, you know, standing to his side in defense. Kind of in front of him if there were anything like at the top once you get up there. And you know what to expect now. It's exactly the same. You're walking up and it's just like, all the boxes are checking off. Your hairs are standing up and you don't know what to expect up here. And you walk up. And it's not like Mizolf. There's not a weird capsule thing down in the middle that's just like opened. Like there was when you entered Mizolf. It's just the ceiling with a bunch of little mirrors like there is there. And there's the big thing in the center. The big machine that some may or may not completely understand exactly how it works. It's very complex. Probably it is one of the biggest, if not the biggest, Dwemer machine. Aside from some of the steam machines, which is theorized to run as one giant machine across all the cities, but no one truly knows. This is the biggest machine disconnected from that network. As far as you know, and the room is, aside from the platform that goes up to a familiar panel, the room is empty, and nothing has yet moved.
This is exactly like the room at Mzulft, then Branton's gonna walk up to where the controls are to turn all the mirrors. And put in his tuning sphere.
Kalsama actually, he walks up and he says, "Wait, I did bring the lexicon." And he sets it down in the little block hole. As you push buttons, it doesn't seem to do anything. But you do see a tuning sphere hole like you did in Mzulft as well, off to the right side.
I'll use the... I had my tuning sphere, but did we grab another tuning sphere from whenever
Correct.
I think you took it and put it in the pocket.
You grabbed
The one from the door.
funky-looking one from the little pedestal thing in the middle of the room that you penetrated with your tuning sphere to grab it off of. Had a wall of force around it.
I'll use that one.
Okay. Pull out the tuning sphere. The little... Every, letter here and there that's, psych drawn into it. That little bit of Ethereum inlay. You can tell because it just has that little glow to it. Little bit of something to it that's more than a typical gemstone. You set it in the hole, and you hear the machine, psss, and it makes that noise of when you push a button like in Mzulft as well. And then the mirrors begin to shift and move, like they're prepared to do something. And there are 3 buttons, unlike Mzulft. A little bit different. One center.
There were 3 buttons in Mzulft too, wasn't there?
I think there was 3 that work and 1 that doesn't do anything. I don't remember specifically. But
I think the last one shone the light in or something. I don't remember.
there was the 4th button didn't do anything until it was about to open. Then you push the 4th button and it opens it. I think that's how.
Yeah.
If I'm correct, yeah, that's right.
There's
Think
got a little
so.
console like it
Yeah,
does, and then
sounds
2
right.
buttons. So essentially 3 buttons.
Well, in that case, Bantron's gonna start pressing the buttons to move the machine until the light shines.
So yeah,
Capsule.
you're reading your Dwemer and things on the panel. A little bit different from the Dragonborn doing this, which you wouldn't necessarily know whether or not that was him. But from whoever did this last, probably some kind of guessing game. But for you, moving things on the little control panel, click the button on the right, move a few things here, click the button on the left. And I'm not even gonna make you roll for this because you can read Dwemer and you understand how a lot of their machines work. You've spent time down here, and even if you did need help, Kalsumo's right there. So again, there's no point in rolling. It's like anything you're like, now what? Kalsumo, probably this one maybe, right? You're like, yes. Yeah, that one. That would work, yes. Pushing buttons here and there. And you guys are watching Raven and Dar, this apparatus just shift and move, and you're like, what the fuck is going on? It's like these big mirrors and a light coming in, and it's just shifting around and moving, and it's like doing all kinds of weird shit. They're moving around each other. They're shifting and changing positions, and they're slowly coming as he presses more buttons and moves things, and Kalsomo, adds in, he adds in, begins to slowly shift and focus down to a point. As it does, a beam of light comes down, touches the top of the it's not Ethereum, but it's that weird blue Dwemer stuff that stone stuff that they put over certain things as like an accent. It's that weird blue stone stuff on top, and it rolls back, and something long and tall and tube shaped begins to rise up from the bottom. And it's on a hinge, and it turns, stops, and it's all this just like hissing and machine movement is like just all over the place, all going on at once, by the way, not individually like that. It's all happening at the same time, just a cacophony of noises, things moving and shifting, and you watch even some of the rings on it are shifting and moving that are around the hole, and the mirrors up in the top, they begin to collapse and close up and move up to the top, and they split apart and roll away and reveal another one in the ceiling. The one in the center begins to shift and split apart. And if anyone has ever seen, none of you have probably actually ever seen an Elder Scroll, but if any of you have ever seen a drawing of what one looks like, you may roll a spout lore if you think you might have. We'll let a spout lore decide if you've seen a drawing of one. Unless you, in fact, have seen one.
I got a 11.
I have seen one, so what do I do on that?
So, you saw... What's his name? Groshruk or something like that? The guy in the library at the college. You saw him with what looked like some sort of rubbing or sketch on his desk that he was scribbling on one day when you were at the college that he was making additions to. And you saw a lot of detail. You know what it looks like. This looks like that, but you remember him painting it in and adding colors to it. Maybe he was going to hang it on the wall as like a inspired sort of artwork or something, or maybe he was just scribbling and painting and just passing time. And the colors aren't right for what he was doing. It's supposed to be like red stones, and it's supposed to be like this like whitish, goldish metal around encasing the scroll itself. But it's like a negative version. The metal around the casing of it, the metal that is the casing of it, is like a cold cobalt blue, and the stones are purple, and the metal inlay around the stones is like dark blue, and it just looks odd. And then there's a seam, a sort of cat eye shaped stone on the front of it, piece of Ethereum on the front. That seems pretty frilly and open use for a piece of Ethereum. So what could that mean for what lays inside? What would you like to do?
Rush down as quick as possible and grab that.
Everyone else?
Yeah, no, we're on a balcony, right? That's
Yeah, you're up on
overlooking
that
the
little
thing.
platform thing, so you'd have to like
Yeah,
rush down the sides.
I'm jumping over the balcony.
Like, jump over and run over to it. Anyone else? What do you guys want to do? You watch Banterin leap over and like vault the console and just start running towards the scroll.
Raven prepares himself and pulls out some swords, preparing, having been through what one of these can do before.
I go down the ramp, bow ready, at the bottom of the ramp, and I'll keep my eye out for anything.
So, Banterin, as your boots hit the floor at the bottom, you hear the rolling back of something above you. You remember the shock of seeing this weird negative colored Elder Scroll. You hear rolling back above you, and you remember, oh, I forgot, the other machine above. And you look up, and ascending down from the ceiling, you see a man made of metal, levitating slowly downward with arms crossed, sword in one hand,
Slowly? Alright, this gives
slowly
me time
descending.
to grab the scroll.
Roll 2d6 plus dex.
Thank God I have some dex. I got 7.
You get there at the same time that as you begin to dart and move, you other two, as well as Madeline and Calcelmo, notice. You don't see this because you're bolting for the scroll. He notices him move suddenly. You see his head jerk downwards, and he begins to go faster and come down from the ceiling. And before you, Raven and Dar, you see this metallic figure wearing a breastplate with 2 dragon laid in, very immaculate Dwemer metal pauldrons with a Dwemer breastplate and very little clothing. And then you realize he's not just like wrapped in metal. This man is he's like one of the automatons, like some kind of sphere, but he's got legs instead.
Could I possibly shoot him to distract him before he gets down there?
Now this is new.
Roll 2d6 plus dex to see if you are fast enough. I think you will
that's
be.
a cool picture.
But roll 2d6 plus dex. This is descending from the ceiling with a Dwemer sword in hand.
14.
Okay, go ahead and roll volley. That's where the difficulty of this is. See if you're fast enough to do it. So you are fast enough to fire. Let's see if you can hit in this quick instance of his descent. Raven, if you want to try and add something, you're also welcome to try. You can roll plus dex to see if you're fast enough also.
I also draw a bow,
Well-
but it's a rather large one. It's like one of those big sniper bows that they tend to use. Just really, really freaking large bow. for some
Long bow.
reason.
One of
Okay.
those six,
Long bows?
Yeah, long bows.
6 foot tall bows.
English longbow. That's specifically what I think you're
Pretty
talking about.
much. Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
What did you roll, Dar?
12.
12? Okay. Roll your damage.
Fuck yeah.
6.
Okay, let me look at stuff here. Do you have any piercing on that weapon?
I don't think I
So
do.
I don't think you do.
I don't think you added anything like that on the description of it.
Yeah, I think it's just a regular bow otherwise. Okay, I think that was the thing. Just needed to check. So you fire the arrow off. Raven, what are you going to do? Are you going to attempt something, fire an arrow yourself, or what do you think?
Yes, Raven draws 3 arrows and actually fires them at once, considering the size of the freaking bow.
Okay, so we'll say roll your volley and we'll see what you can do.
Alright, let's see.
2d6 plus dex.
Yep.
You roll under a 10, you'll have to choose. I don't know. Probably not choose from the list because you have a combat,
11.
so we'll determine something else. 11? Okay.
Yes.
Roll your damage.
Alright, 1d8.
A lot of
And
things
then
happening
that's
at once here.
So that's decent. The d8 got a 2 and the d4 also got a 2, so
Okay, so 4. 4 damage?
yeah, that's a good 4 damage.
Okay. So I'll rewind a bit. Bantaran, you lunge forward as you see this thing coming down. You don't even look to see what he is. You two watch as he just like whatever levitation thing that seems to be holding him. He's holding a sword in his left hand. He's like lowering down, and then he sees this suddenly, and then it looks like it just shuts off whatever levitation it has, and it's like falling hand first towards the scroll, towards you, Bantaran. You get to the scroll as he grabs your arm and wrenches it hard, and it, oh my god, it's nothing like you've ever experienced. That gauntlet is ruined. As the arrow from Dar comes in and he just catches it. He doesn't look. He doesn't even bother. Actually, no, he doesn't even catch it. He just holds up his hand and it bounces off his hand. As he does the same thing to yours, Raven. He just tink tink. He doesn't look. And he's holding you there. You can't move at the moment. Bantaran, as you hear a voice come out of the mouth of this automaton. This is the moment. You've all seen Dwemer spiders. You've all seen Dwemer spheres. A voice comes out of this automaton.
Hello. You want my scroll? No. The knees will bow as they are disintegrated. I will end them all, the vermin. All of them. As he squeezes your arm again.
Squeezing, just wrenching it. Hurts, Bantaran.
Slip my hand out of the gauntlet.
Okay, you slide out, hand free. Which hand was the sword? And I imagine you stuck it in your left hand so you could reach out for the scroll.
My right.
So you'll have to like grab the sword again before it like hits the floor. Quick, deft move, doing that. And he notices and he prepares to strike at you, as well as everyone else. We are now in a fighty combat situation, which I will now switch my music. It has begun. I will say preemptive. One person can roll plus wisdom, or roll discern realities. And one person can help that person with an aid roll before we begin true combat.
I can do the wisdom.
I
Who
can
wants to
help
help?
you with the aid.
Because this wouldn't take like knowledge of Dwim or anything to figure out. Okay,
Alright,
so
that's
roll plus wisdom.
6 plus wisdom, pretty much.
Dar, if you have any bonds with that specific character, however many you have with him is your modifier. If you don't, roll 2d6, just straight roll and see what you get. So if you have one bond with him, that's +1. If you have 2, that's +2. However many bonds, that's your modifier with that specific character. Otherwise, it's a straight roll.
I rolled
Raven.
an 8.
Okay, so you succeed. So that's a +1. Raven, what did you roll? And are you
I
doing
rolled a
wisdom?
9.
Are you doing
I
wisdom or
rolled
are you doing
nine.
discern
Wisdom,
realities?
yes. Wisdom.
Wisdom. This is my
So I
Migrac
rolled
Drutvar.
9 with the plus. That's a solid 10 with his +1.
This is Migrac Drutvar. You don't know what it is, but it's buzzing. You know something's. Yeah. How?
Yeah.
Why? It's that gut feeling. There's no reason. There's no knowledge. There's no past experience. It's just you just know. How? Who knows? How is the question.
I always thought
Ooh.
they would go too far, but it appears I was right.
I will
That
start in the
thing
order that we always go.
The big man.
Bantaran, what would you like to do?
Has he grabbed the scroll?
No, but he's moving to get in front between you and the scroll now.
Alright, cool. I'm gonna take
Could I
this-
teleport in the way and grab it?
Roll your slipstream step. Let's see if you can do it. 2d6 plus wisdom. Bantaran, what are you gonna do while he's planning to teleport and get in the way? We'll say this
I'm
happens at the
gonna-
same time.
12.
And I'm gonna use my master's bulwark.
All right, roll
Take
it up.
this-
So Raven appears next to you, and we'll get to what you do, Raven, in just a second.
I got a 10.
Okay, very nice. 3 and roll your damage. You know the drill.
I'm gonna go for the classic. Let's see. Actual, no. I'm gonna use Mirage and Burst, and Mirage Burst and Elaborate.
Okay.
So
I'll roll
the
die
burst
again.
does.
3.
Right. Burst does the additional D4. Elaborate, I gotta roll Dex 10 plus, use an additional D8, and 7 and 9. It just looks cool, and then miss.
Okay, go ahead and roll
Showboating
that.
cost me.
Don't get rid of your dice once you've rolled them, by the way. Keep them on the numbers that you've rolled.
Let me roll my Dex real quick, see if I
Okay.
get some elaborate.
Yeah, once you roll your damage, keep it.
Holy shit! I
hang
got
on
an
to it.
11.
Oh, very nice.
Nice.
All right, so first attack me.
Okay.
I rolled
Like
a
I said,
4.
leave all your dice down that you roll.
So this is for just me. I got
Okay.
a 4 plus 4. That's 8. Plus my elaborate. That's 6. So that is a 14 with 2 piercing from me. And then for my mirages, they got a 2 piercing.
Okay. So, as you're standing in front of him, as you raise your sword to strike, with all
Oh,
your power and
okay.
everything you have,
Yeah, I was trying to use since burst is forceful, I'm trying to push him away from the sword
okay.
or the scroll.
So you go to take your strike, you reel back in whatever way that it is you take. And as you begin to jam the sword forward towards him, he blinks, and his eyes were green, and now they shine blue. And it seems almost like a flashlight. A bright light shining towards you. What is the damage on your D6?
What for?
Yeah,
my
just like
first
your
roll
base. Yeah, your base
from-
damage.
Okay, 4.
You raise your arm to swing. You feel the spell cast as you normally do. Nothing happens, and you strike him across the face. And he just laughs. Raven, what would you like to do?
I did teleport in the way and grab the scroll, yes? That was what I had rolled for previously.
Okay, so you did teleport in the way. If you want to try and grab the scroll, roll plus dex. Let's see if you can grab it. Snatch it away from him fast enough.
Plus this. $11.
Oh yeah, I had you roll 2d6. Was like, sorry, I was thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah, you snatch it. You can't. You just like, you snatch it, and he just like doesn't look away from Banterin, and he feels it snatch away, but he like moves the sword into his right hand, and he points it at your face. And like a blindingly quick, not blindingly, invisibly quick wave. The sword is in his other hand, pointed in your face as he's looking at Banterin, unmoving, and he begins to raise his hand. You see a bit of arcing and crackling. Dar, what do you do?
About how far away are those two from him?
They are in close to hand range currently.
I guess I'm probably a good distance away, so I guess I'll shoot him with my bow again.
All right, roll your volley.
11.
Roll your damage.
8.
Good thing. So you finally get the first real hit on him that actually catches. You fire off the arrow. And where do you choose to hit him? I'll give you the choice. You rolled 10 plus. Where do you choose to hit him?
How about dead center of the hand that is charging a spell?
So yeah, it goes through the hand and it sticks there, and he doesn't move, but the hand now points up towards you. And he's standing there holding this sword. He's got like, this is way more complex than any Centurion. Dar, you and Banterin are now starting to realize, what is this? What kind of automaton is this? Of course, until Raven shouts out what he is. Oh, hint, hint. He's just holding this complex base of functions that you've watched no other Centurion, Sphere, Spider, none of them have ever done this. Not this complex. He's holding like a fencer's stance too. Like immovable too. Like he's ready to go. Whoever comes at him, he's ready to go. And as you fire off this arrow, and you do damage, because you actually did a damaging hit, I'll tell you that much, but I can't tell you how much. Oops. Yeah, the arrow goes through his hand, like takes out a chunk, and he holds his hand up and does all those things. And he begins to
Did
take
it do anything to the spell in his hand?
No, it doesn't seem to have. And he begins to take his own turn, which two of you are familiar with. Not typical for Dungeon World, but this is a big one, big bad. So what I'm doing, I'm not technically supposed to tell you what my moves are, but I'm going to tell you how he works so that we can move along. I roll a d4 to see how many moves he gets. A d4 is all he gets, but he gets to do that number of items. And I've rolled a 3, so he's going to do 3 things this turn. So first, remember everything he does, because he does a lot of shit. Okay, so first things first, he's going to try and hit you, Raven, because you have something that belongs to him. I'll tell you this too, since I'm being a bit more open about this combat, because this is a combat where characters die, by the way, guys, so don't get upset. Just a pre-warning. This is shit where people die. So, his damage is 2d12. I'm gonna roll it up. The best of 2d12, specifically. And he rolled a 7. He doesn't have any added. He only has 2 piercing.
Does he have to roll to hit, though?
No, because he just gets to do the moves, unfortunately.
Oh, it's like my bow.
That's where he is a boss.
Badass.
Yeah, he rolls to see how many things he gets to do. So if he rolls high, oh boy. But if he rolls 1 or 2, it might be okay. Short turn for him. So he does 7 damage that goes through 2 armor to you, Raven, with the sword. He swipes and cuts it, like arm moving independently. The rest of him does not even move. He doesn't even shift. Secondly, he looks to Dar. Dar, he fires a lightning bolt at you for 11 with 2 piercing.
Yeah.
Striking you hard. Does not feel nice. Nice and toasty on the inside of that leather armor now. And then, Antarin, the sword moves incomprehensibly quick and comes back towards you, and he will now strike you for his third move. And he does 7 with 2 piercing. So do your individualized
6
math.
damage.
Did I say Bantaran? That specific damage was
Yes,
to
you did.
Bantaran. Okay.
Yeah.
Just making sure.
I remembered his armor.
He went 1, 2, 3.
Sixed it.
He started with Raven because he grabbed the scroll, and he went to Dar because he actually damaged him, and then he went to
I didn't actually mean to
Bantaran.
say that out loud.
Hey, you're good. So, yeah, that is the end of Migrac Drutvar's turn. Bantaran, what would you like to do?
We need to get this scroll out of here at all costs. Well, he already got rid of all
Also,
my gauntlets.
Tell me, I'm gonna do this. I've been meaning to do this more often. Tell me when you want Calselmo or Madeline to do something, because they have moves themselves, which I'm about to open up so that I can use Madeline. Calselmo is more of an NPC than she is, but he can do some stuff.
Well, I guess we'll get there when we get there. Calselmo could probably attack after my turn.
Okay, because he's
And
gonna do
then-
probably like a firebolt and like a lightning bolt and like probably pretty typical mage stuff.
Yeah, he could stay back and do those, and then Madeline could probably attack right after Dar, since she
And
has...
everybody has input too. So
melee.
like if you guys have a different
Yeah.
opinion, let them know.
Yeah, just depend on what
It's
y'all want
open
to do,
for
but
discussion.
I'm laying out groundwork.
They're chess
But,
pieces for you guys to move around on the board during this, because this is, like I said, people will die in this if you're not careful. Use what you got.
Well, she's more like Bantaran, so I figure he'd know better how to use her.
Okay.
And I haven't a clue about Calsomo. I figure he's not far from me right
Calsomo's-
now.
As far as you know, he's just a straight mage. He's just
Yeah,
a nerd.
so I say we keep him up where he was at the controls and keep him back.
Yeah.
Okay, so he stays back there, and he kind of gets back behind the console, and he gets down on one knee actually, and like is peeking around, getting ready to do something. We'll say he's prepared whatever it is the next thing you guys tell him to do. We'll say that Madeline moves about half distance between the ramp and then you guys and where you guys are at. To the
Yeah, I
left
think we
of
can-
the platform, facing down, if you know what I'm talking about.
I think we can keep it at a pace of attack of melee, ranged, whatever the fuck Raven needs to do, ranged melee.
I'll also say Bantaran is like the only one that knows what he's like, Raven, you heard her do something last night. She called out something and did something. But you don't know exactly what she did. You just know she did something weird. Bantaran, you actually know what she does. You know what she's capable of. You're not entirely sure what it is, but you know the general area that she falls in. She makes something bad happen. That's about it.
And
Bantaran,
that will affect Wimmer Metal.
apparently. Bantaran, what would you like to do?
We need to get that scroll away at all costs. Destroyed one of my gauntlets already. I don't think I have a choice in this matter. Veteran's gonna reach into his satchel.
Mhm.
He's gonna pull out another a book almost as thick as the one on his side that you see constantly.
Yeah.
With a lock. He's just gonna grab the lock.
He's describing
and break
this for
it
you
off.
guys, by the way. He's not describing this for me, so pay attention.
Yes.
Grabs the lock, twists it off, throws the lock behind him, and then opens the other book with one hand. And then you just see him stick his hand in the book, and then toss it away. And then he grabs his sword again with the gauntlet that you now see is Wraithguard, one of the 3 legendary tools for the Heart of Lorcan.
I'll say, Dar, if you want to throw out a quick spout lore to know what this is, you can.
I was gonna
same
say
for
he says
Raven.
that like you know what that.
Raven, you might also know. If you
I
guys can
probably
roll
do.
individual spout lores. You can do this separately. You don't have to aid each other. I'll tell you what it is depending on your successes. If you want to
Is
roll
that wisdom or intelligence?
intelligence, it's plus intelligence.
So 2d6 plus intelligence.
Yep.
I got a 10.
You got a 10. Okay, that's a full
I
success.
have no
got a
intelligence.
6.
I got a flat 10.
You got a 6.
I got a 6. Got no
I'll say
intel-
someone shouts it out. We're not going to go through that fucking pain. Wraithguard is one of the 3 of Kagranak's tools that he used at the Battle of Red Mountain when all of the Dwemer disappeared. One of the 3 tools used by the Tribunal to gain the powers of God. One of the 3 tools that remained for a very long time, that were eventually divided up and spread out all across Tamriel through weird means. And allegedly the heart destroyed. You're now remembering and connecting with Van Terren's story about the heart of Lorcan being stored in that big vault, and you're like, no, that's right! It was destroyed. The Narivarine destroyed it. That's right! And before you, and on his hand, casually, is Wraithguard.
Then I would like to roll for defend so I can activate Sword Whip mode.
Alright, roll it up. Roll plus con.
Woo! My other good skill.
You're rolling the move defense, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Just checking.
I got, yeah, so I can take my time just go into Sword Whip mode. I got a 7.
Raven Adar, make sure you just think about what you're going to do next. Look over your moves. Be very thorough.
So I got 1 hold.
Okay, 1 hold. What are you going to do?
Yeah,
with...
that is my. Guess that's
Just
my
gonna hang
move.
on to
Since
it?
I'm,
Okay.
yeah, because that's the whole point of that is to take
you guys
defend to go into
watch
Sword
Ben
Whip.
Terran take out this, just cast this book aside, pull on the gauntlet, big, heavy, long, comes down to his elbow almost, as he puts the sword back in his hand and takes a step back with the sword held up in a guard in front of him. In a typical, like, fencing front guard, ready to fight. Raven, what would you like to do now?
Let me check. There it is.
Dar, don't forget, you're up next. Be thinking about what you're going to do next.
Just think about it.
Use everything you got.
Ooh, okay. I know what I do.
Okay, what are you going to do?
Raven, with the scroll still in hand, looks at the automation in front of him, and he says, "Now you see it? Now you do." And he moves the scroll into his pocket dimension.
Ooh. So you throw it in the pocket dimension, and he just, like, begins to shiver and shake, and you, at first you're like, what is happening? And then you realize, oh, that's anger. He's pissed. Is that all you're going to do for this turn? I'll let
And
you.
do you
can,
tell
like,
us
summon
who
a
he
weapon and
is?
Prepare, or
Sorry, what was that?
you haven't told
Said,
them who
do
this
you-
is.
Oh,
Do you tell us who he is?
well... Okay, so he pulls out his sword, the sword of Raven, and he points it at him, and he says, "Well, I'm sorry, Drutvar, but you're not going to kill me that easily. You haven't the power of..."
Elsomo himself just, what? Who? It can't be. It's impossible.
Oh, but is it?
And I'll say that's at that moment, in that reaction, you're all thinking all the Dwemer disappeared. He must have died in that rebellion. And something that Krul and Makotis did called his soul back into something they were building. And then you remember something you skimmed over, Banteran, in those orders about raising Lord Drutvar in an automaton body to make him ultimate, indestructible, undefiable. But you skimmed past it because you read the part about the scroll and you just like didn't think anything of it. It was just gibberish at that point because you're just trying to like comprehend what you've read. Now you remember it, it comes to the surface. Oh my god, they did it. They were ready. They must have disappeared at the moment they were about to do all of this. The chances. And the chances here to deal with this problem before it gets out. Now is the time. Gar, what would you like to do?
I would like to adjust to where I have a side view between my two compatriots and use all 3 charges of my bow.
Indeed, sir. So, Dar launches off the ramp over to the side of the room. He's about... I'll use northwest, east, and south. South will be where the platform is, where all the buttons are. North will be the other end of the room where it drops off down, straight down to the door. East will be where the platform starts and goes down. That's where Dar goes. He rolls off of he dashes off of the platform and drops down, rolls over his shoulder, comes up with bow out. Familiar wind gathers to an arrow of light. Windy magic as he releases. And you swear you almost hear words in the background as he does this, pulling the bow back, really letting him have it. You swear you hear a distant whisper, kind of like when the dragons shout. They don't seem to say it directly. It seems to echo from somewhere else. But you hear Fusroda as it releases from the bow and travels across the room.
Forceful 2d4.
Raven, the angle that you have, roll, I'll let you choose 2d6 plus dex or 2d6 plus constitution modifier. Whichever one you want to pick, roll plus that to see if you can either get out of the way or just withstand the forceful thing that wasn't necessarily intended for you.
Alright.
It's not direct, you're catching like the ripple off the edge.
Ooh.
Say a partial success means you probably get hit
13
by
on
it and
dex.
thrown to the other side of the room, but you can catch yourself. You rolled a what?
13 on dex.
13 on dex. Yeah, you just definitely like, you see it coming towards you. You saw this once before. You know it's coming. You just like curl in and like roll back to from Dar's perspective to the left, right next to Bantaran, of which now you're both facing the same direction towards him as he just disappears off to the side of the room. How much damage does that deal? I'm not at that part
It
of my
says has forceful 2d4.
2d4. Roll 2d4 for your damage.
8.
Oh, nice.
Oh.
Wow. Very nice. Okay. Does it doesn't say any notes about like ignoring armor or anything like that, does it?
No.
Okay, just 2d4. Okay. So you hit him. He's now at that. Very
Same
nice.
amount of damage as last time. Does
It
it
hits
move
him. It has a bit of an effect. He flies across the room. Come back around to Bantaran. You watched.
Wait, wasn't Calsomo and
Yes.
Calsomo
Okay.
was
Yeah.
supposed to go?
I was gonna say, just
and
stop
so
me.
was
Just stop me when you want to use them.
Madeline.
Okay. What would you like them
Same.
to do? And you guys, this is a team effort, so like he brought it up, but you can all decide like what you want to try and have them do.
I would say a lightning bolt from Calsomo.
Yeah, it sounds good to me.
Call
What I was
someone
thinking.
lightning bolts, and he I'm gonna roll cast a spell for him for funsies. I'm not gonna do full cast a spell. This will just be hit or miss. He rolls a 7. We'll say it tires him out a little bit, and he casts, and I'll say his damage. What is lightning bolt? It's a D12. That's right. Okay, lightning bolt is a straight D12 if I remember correctly for Dungeon World. So I'm gonna roll one D12 on the red die. He does
12.
that one right there. 8 damage.
8.
Can't make that up. He does 8
Holy
damage.
crap.
All right, another little tick off. You're doing a little bit now. It's moving along. All right. Would you like Madeline to do anything now?
I think she should come in and do whatever that magic is that fucks up Dwemer metal and just start using
Okay.
it on him.
So her roll is 2d6 plus charisma. And the note that I've made mentally when kind of coming up with her is everything that she has is a 0 on the modifier except for charisma, which is a +3. I gave her that much. That's the only thing that she's good at. She can hit stuff, obviously. She's trained with a sword, but that's like not her strong suit. Not now. She hasn't practiced in a long time. Not like that. 2d6. She's going to roll something called Hex, which I will flavor and not actually tell you what it does. So she rolls a 6 plus 3 is 9. So she rolls a 9. He holds out her hand, and you see the spider webs begin to ripple out and fall away like black smoke, like coal smoke floating off of her hand, coal dust or something coming off. She holds out her hand, and her voice echoes slightly. I'm not going to voice change for it, but it's like a slight echo in the room with like a deeper, darker voice, and she says, "What is a fate worse than death that will overcome Migrac Drutvar?" I'll let you guys use your imaginations. This is what she's going to say.
Rust.
You want her to turn him to make him rust?
Just stuck in a body that can't move forever.
He looks at him.
Yeah, what I thought of was eternal pain, but that's fine.
I mean, how much pain can he feel, though? He's made of metal
Exactly.
now.
I would have
She looks at
said
him.
torment instead of pain
Torment,
because he would have
yeah.
been stuck.
Yeah.
She looks at him and
That's
says,
why I thought of. That's why I thought of
will
rust
make you
because he's a,
ease. The rust will make you freeze, and we will kill you with ease. As he begins to stiffen a little bit, and you see a little bit of rust eke out of all of the joints, fingers, elbows, shoulders, hips, knees. Doesn't immediately overtake him. So she rolled a 7 and 9. I'll read you what the condition is that she's going to take. Their ill fate is slow in coming, and they're coming for you. So he's going to try and run at her now.
not if I have anything to say about it.
So she lifts the sword after she does this as he runs towards her. It is Migrac Drutvar's turn now that everyone has taken their turn. I'm going to roll the purple d4 again to see how many moves he gets. He rolled a 2. Let's see. Who is the last person to hit him? He's going to swing at Dar first with and a lightning bolt because you're across the room from him. He rolls the highest. The best of 2d6 is a 5 with 2 piercing. So he pierces 2 armor and does 5 damage, whatever is appropriate for you, Dar.
Yeah,
To you.
that's full 5 because I've only got 1 armor.
And then he is going to go for Madeline. Bantaran, if you want to spend that hold to defend her in some way, you can.
Oh yeah, I'll do it. I'll use spend the 1 hold to
What are you gonna do?
redirect an attack from the thing I defend to myself.
Okay. Does it
So
does
whatever
it
damage
mitigate
he does-
damage at all, or is it just straight damage to you instead of her?
Whatever attack he does to her, it redirects right to me.
Okay. So he's going to come in with the sword. Oh my god, he rolled a 10 with 2 piercing. So he comes in to slash, and you dart into the way. You guys watch Bantaran move with incredible speed. He's just like in the way now, and he begins to raise the sword. As the sword comes down, he comes down and swings across. As you're raising the sword up sideways, he begins to cut you and just knock the sword down out of the way with incredible strength. And you're like trying to block the strike, and he just shoves your sword out of the way as he crosses down. And it just, the fucking pain of getting cut. It's been a long time. We will come back around to your turn now, Bantaran. What would you like to do? He's right in front of you. Madeline is just behind you.
Master's blade work with my swinging my fucking whip sword around.
Okay, don't forget that weird blue light. Now he's facing you again. Weird blue light shining out in your face. If you want to throw out a roll and try and figure out what that is, I'll let that happen, and then you can try and make a move. I'm sure the player is kind of starting to figure it out, but as for the character,
What would I use to figure out what it is?
probably
intelligence?
wisdom, unfortunately.
Or was-
Unless you've
I
faced
could
this,
roll for it and then tell him.
unless you've faced this before. Raven, if you want to roll for it, we'll roll for it on your turn to see if you recognize it. But for Bantaran, if you faced something, does Colton know what this is?
Blue light.
Blue
out
light
the
and kind of a
eye.
cone shape in front of him. It comes out of his eyes, shining bright, almost like flashlight. Seems to kind of envelop. Feels funny. None of your spells that you cast last swing cast when he was facing you. Say for Banterin to realize all of this, you can try and roll plus wisdom. If he's ever faced this before, you can roll spout lore to see if you can remember what it is.
I don't know if he's ever faced something like this before. This seems highly advanced. My first roll was a 6 if I want to try to figure it out, which I have -1 to wisdom, so I was already screwed from the get-go.
Okay. So, shining blue light in your face, like someone shining a flashlight or some kind of torch or lantern in your face. Kind of annoying.
Good question.
What's that?
Would Calsomo have recognized it?
Roll. 2d6. I'll say his wisdom is a 2. It makes sense. He's old.
Yeah.
And he's a mage, so it's not his direct focus. He rolls a 7, and I'll say that's +2, like I said. That's fucking math. That's a 9.
And the reason I ask is, would he be able to, depending on what it is, would he be able to use counterspell to cancel it, whatever it may be? I'm sitting here looking at the wizard playbook.
I will say, well, counterspell is weird because it's like stuff directly at you.
Oh,
So it
okay.
has to be directed at that character. That's the counterspell is weird in this game.
That will otherwise affect you. Okay.
You go to
I
defy
see.
danger, not defy danger.
I didn't finish.
fucking discern
I didn't get
knowledge.
the chance to finish reading it.
You're right.
Could he at least yell it out to me before I attack? Tell me
I'm gonna
what
say
it
that's a
is.
discern realities, and I'm gonna ask a question to myself. It's gonna be, what should I be on the lookout for him, if that's okay with everybody?
Alright.
Or what here is not what it appears to be. That would be more direct, I think, to what this is. So we'll say that if that's cool with everybody.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And his eyes pop open, and he says, "Anti-magic cone." He says, "Don't stand in
Alright.
front of him if you want to use magic."
Alright, I want to take a swing at him, and I'm going to swing at his eyes.
Okay.
This light's coming out of his eyes.
Is this hack and slash? Because now that you know, like, Master's Blade Work probably won't work.
Maybe the.
Do you have any non-magic abilities? Aside from just
I will
hitting
say
him.
also to give a quick orientation before you make your full decision. So, again, the south side of the room is where the platform is with all the buttons, and it's raised up about 10, 15 feet off the ground. Banterin, you and Madeline are just in front of the ramp on the left side of it. So you guys are on the west side of the room, kind of in the middle between like the ramp and the where the scroll was, like in that weird middle space. If you know, does that make sense? Is everybody on board?
Yeah.
And we're between the ramp and the thing on the left side. On this side of the room. Left side of the room, west side of the room, whatever. What are you going to do, Banterin?
Alright, Master's Blade Work can
Yep.
use. I know some of my techniques are magical, but I do have 3 techniques that aren't magical. They're just speed.
Okay.
Elaborate, deal an extra D8.
Technically you're right. Technically some of those aren't magical. So yeah, I'm on board.
Quicksilver, my blade cuts faster than the eye can see, get an additional 2 piercing.
Okay.
And Torrential, I attack with a flurry of strikes, so I have even more speed.
Okay.
So let me roll. I'm just saying those are the ones I
Go
want
ahead
to
and
use. I haven't rolled yet.
So you said Quicksilver and which one?
Quicksilver, Elaborate, and Torrential.
Okay. Go for it. I got you. I'm on board.
4, 3 plus 3. I got a 10.
10. Very nice. 3 techniques. So you all got them all. Quicksilver, Elaborate, Torrential. Roll your damage. And then roll your...
Well, let me
roll your 2d6 plus dex. My bad.
2. So I got a 9. Okay, so it just. I'm
Looks pretty.
It looks pretty interesting.
Pretty fucking cool.
But all right. So
Would his elaborate from his first attack have counted?
Do you remember the damage you rolled on the first Elaborate? And I will count it.
oh yeah, I kept it up. It was a 6.
You rolled a 6. That has piercing, right?
Well, yeah. Now my blade, the move elaborate itself, or my.
Do you have
attack
any,
has-
do you have any piercing whatsoever that would add to that?
I have Quicksilver as well, so now I have 4.
I meant on the one
Piercing.
where the previous one that we're talking about.
On elaborate?
Wouldn't it have been
Yeah.
added on top of his regular?
Yeah, because you said you rolled a 6 on the original one, right?
Yeah, the original elaborate was 6 damage.
Okay, so do you have any piercing at base without any without any techniques added?
+2, yeah.
2 piercing?
Yeah.
Okay, I will tell you this much: you do 2 damage.
I didn't roll my base damage for this turn.
We were talking about the one from your first attack earlier.
I was saying I'm adding the damage from the original one since we've decided that's technically a physical move. So I'm counting the one from last time. So though we failed
that's
this
why I
one,
asked.
we've added some damage from previous. So, and you still have torrential, and you still have quicksilver.
All right, so I rolled a 5, and then my quicksilver it's +2 piercing, so that's 5. It's 5 damage with 4 piercing.
Ooh, that's very good. You want that. So,
And
what is
then-
the total damage?
For this turn,
Yes.
5 and the 4 piercing, and then I guess the 2 damage from the elaborate 4 that you added on.
Yeah, I had them on the original one. So just 5
for
for this turn.
For just 5 plus 4 piercing so far, and then torrential is he must block, but if he attacks me again, then I'm gonna attack him again.
So I will tell you this again. You do 3 damage to him. I'll let you guys math and figure out. See if you can figure that out. How much armor he has. I'll give you a little hint there. Raven, what would you like to do?
Well, let me check something in a QuickBook really quickly.
Okay.
Oh, did he block my torrential?
Yeah, he
Did he
like.
block?
All right. Well, I just wanted to check.
So
make sure.
he's the only problem with torrential against him is he strikes independently, not in response.
He's
Not
not
in-
reactive.
He's not in direct response like a lot of the other enemies you fight. So I'll tell you now, your character's wise enough and good enough of a duelist and good enough at all of this. You're intelligent enough to realize using torrential. You realize torrential probably won't work like normal people because he's not going to respond directly to that attack. He's going to make his own independent decisions and his own strategy. So torrential might not be the go. So I'll give you that so you don't waste your time anymore. So you don't feel like you're like, I keep throwing torrential at him and he's not fucking using it. That's what it is. That's the reason why. So you can try and
Makes sense.
make use of other techniques going forward.
Yeah.
But now that you've done it a second time, you realize, okay, yeah, probably not that one. Raven, what would you like to do?
Okay. Hack and slash, like... Yeah. Just hack and slash. I just attack him with my sword. Raven kind of teleports
I will tell you.
away and then reappears in front of him to stab him.
So if you're using your Sword of Raven, hint,
Yes.
it has serrated with +1 damage and it has sharp, which has 2 piercing.
Yes.
Okay, so you're hack and slashing, so roll your 2d6 plus strength? No, precise, right? Or is that just your...
This
doesn't have precise, this is strength.
Yes, this is strength. Ten.
Alright, if you want, you can revert to a 7 to 9 and take a +1 d6 damage.
I'll take the plus 1d6 on that.
Okay. But he will not do anything because he's not a regular enemy. But he may attack you an extra time or something. Who knows? We will see when we get there.
Okay, so wait, what am I rolling for damage here?
You're
After
rolling your
I'm done?
regular damage, a d8, and an extra d6, plus your d4.
Oh,
Does
okay.
that? No, that doesn't have a d4. That doesn't have messy. I'm thinking
No,
of your...
no D4.
I'm so used to
No,
using
no D4,
you
'cause,
using
yeah,
sharp thoughts.
yeah.
So yeah, just d8 plus a d6 plus 1.
Plus one?
Yes, you have serrated, so you have +1 damage.
That is 12 damage.
Holy shit!
Nice.
Oh god.
You hit him for. Wait, did you say it had piercing?
Yes, he's got
Yes,
2
it
piercing.
has 2 piercing and
2 piercing.
So you rolled 12 total. So you rolled a 6 and a 6, I'm guessing, or something like that.
That was a good hit.
Okay, so 12. I got some math to do here.
8.
Yeah, it was a 6 and a 6 because it was a 6 and a 5 plus that +1.
So you do, I will tell you, you do 8 damage. That is the biggest hit yet.
Ouch.
That
Does
fucking
Madeline
hurt.
go before I do?
If you want her to.
I was asking the other two, since they're nearby her.
It's up to
Sure,
you.
it would be helpful.
Yeah, let's let her go first for you.
Alright, what would you like her to do? She doesn't just rust things to death. She does other stuff too with that same thing. I'll tell you that now. You can get creative. You can think of something cool for her to do to it. Tell me now.
Huh.
Maybe.
I got nothing.
I'm not sure what she would do.
So what you've gathered now, and now that you've all seen it, what she does is she proclaims something, and it will come to pass in one way or another. It doesn't necessarily do damage, but it will bring something bad.
Makes him drop his sword.
Yeah, gears get stiff. Well, no.
Hand stops. Right hand stops working. That's where the sword's at right now.
Yeah.
Short circuit.
Curses his arm to stop
Okay.
working. Curses
So-
his
So
left arm.
you're on the right track. Think. So when the specific wording is when you pronounce a fate worse than death. So give me that same. You're on the right track. Give me that same thought. But a fate worse than death somehow worked into there.
Curse of Lame. Essentially, his arm just, as the old word term for lame, is essentially that
Yes,
part of the body
I'm on board.
stops working.
I have already thought of a rhyme. If you want to do that one, because it seems she has to rhyme to do it.
Let's go with that one.
Okay. She holds out her hand from behind, like over your shoulder, Vantera, and she says, she looks in his eyes, quote unquote. She says, "Your hand, your right one, is now lame. You will never be the same." And you watch, like, erupting from, like, the middle of the forearm, you watch just black corruption, just not like the plate turning to dust. It just something hungry, something sinister seems to swallow his hand as it just up the arm, just swallows it, and the hand is gone, and most of the sword is gone. Hang on, let me make sure that actually happens that way. I forgot to roll. She rolls an 8 plus 3 is numbers. So yeah, she does it.
11.
Yeah, no problem. It happens to them just as you said, and soon. That's the wording there. And yeah, so his hand is gone. He has no longer hold of a sword, and no longer has a right hand where that sword was. Whether he can cast spells from that stub, don't know. But we'll find out. Dar, what would you like to do now? Don't forget,
Well,
you also have Calcelmo. Whenever you want to
Yeah,
use him.
that's what I was thinking about too.
Whenever you want him to do
I'm
something.
not. I'm gonna go ahead and tell you what I was thinking about trying to arrange.
What do you got?
I was going to try and get closer to Calsomo, so he was within touch range.
Yeah.
This round, I was going to shoot my arrow, and then his turn, I was going to have him cast invisibility on me.
Okay. I will roll a regular cast a spell for that, and we'll see how that goes. So
You want me to go ahead and roll my attack?
are you crossing
I was gonna-
first or firing first?
I'll probably fire first. Since
Okay,
it
so
won't
roll your
affect-
volley, and then at the end of, quote unquote, the end of your no, take that quote unquote back. At the end of your quote unquote turn, he will cast invisibility on you. So roll 2d6 plus Dex for volley.
I got a 7.
Choose one. Fucking words, I've lost them. One condition from the list, and then roll your damage.
Well, out of the 3 in this current situation, about the best one I can think of would be to put myself in danger. Or
Okay.
no, I'll take several shots, reducing my ammo by 1.
Okay. Mark
That'll
off
be a
1
bit
ammo,
better.
and then roll your damage.
Oh. 8. I want to use that one. Haha! 8.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Ooh.
Very good. Very good. Very good. 2 damage.
I've been getting lucky with that one. That's my light up one.
All right. He is looking a bit rough. Not looking good. He's starting to get that like damaged robotic, damaged automaton sort of like shiver. There's a little bit going on there. Seems he is heavily damaged. A recognizable song just came on, Kyle. I don't know if you
Yes, it did.
recognize this one or not. This one hasn't come on yet. Okay. That threw me off so hard. Okay, he's going to cast invisibility on you. That's the next thing. 3 plus 1. Ooh, that's unfortunate.
Damn.
We're going to assume that he has 3 intelligence. He's very weak. He's very wizardy, but that is math 7. So he's going to take... He can either forget the spell, take -1, or draw attention to himself. Therefore, drawing Migrac Drutvar to him.
I would say the -1.
-1.
That's
Alright,
what
he
I
will
would
take
say.
a -1 to intelligence for the rest of this until he takes a moment to rest. So it'll be out of combat.
Yeah.
Until this is over, he's going to be at a +2 instead of a +3 on his intelligence for casting.
So did I move over next to him since that is a
Yeah, I'll
touch
say
based
you like
spell?
shot on the run and then just continued running up the ramp and came around
Okay.
to where he's at, and like you call invisibility as he like touches you as you run by, and anyone who can see, which I think is just Raven, you see Dar disappear because the other two are facing north, whereas Dar is running across the south end of the room up on the platform. Banterin and Madeline specifically are facing north. Okay. We will go back around to Banterin. What do you want to do? He's starting to look bad.
Here we go. Does he still have the anti-magic cone on me?
His eyes are still working. They're flickering a little bit, but they're still there.
Okay. Let's see.
You did some damage to them, but they're not down quite yet. He is a tough fucker, whatever the hell
Would-
he is.
Is burst also magical? It says again it's a D4 of forceful damage.
What was that? Sorry, I was thinking.
Would burst be magical because it says I'm doing forceful.
I'm gonna say that one's
D4
probably magic, unfortunately,
gains the forceful thing. Yeah.
because it has like something to it that causes it to be forceful.
Can I use okay? How about flowing? When I kill a target. Oh, actually, never mind. I ain't gonna kill him. All right. You know what? I know what attacks work, and I'll just use those.
Okay. What are you going for here?
All right. Let me roll.
Okay.
The master's labor. 5 and a 4 plus 3. That's a 12.
Okay.
We're gonna go Quicksilver, Elaborate.
I forgot
and-
his turn, so when you're done, I'm gonna take his turn real quick, and then we will continue
Okay.
with Raven.
All right. And I'm gonna use Mirage and try to get the illusions
Okay.
behind him or something out of the magic cone.
Okay, so you would know that the illusions have to come from you somehow. You being in it would shut the spell down because it technically is your magicka, your abilities that would cause it to appear. It's like if he
That's
wasn't
good.
facing you, they could appear anywhere around him, but he's facing you, thus shutting down any sort of magicka that you would use.
That's fine. I needed to pick a third anyway. So I'm gonna roll for my Elaborate.
Okay, roll your elaborate.
I got a 12.
Very nice. Damage.
And so there's the total damage. 6 first.
Are you using Quicksilver again?
Yeah.
Okay.
I got a 3 on the D6. And a 5 on the D8. So I got an 8 with 4 piercing.
Okay, there's some damage. That's 4 piercing, so it's leaves him at that number of armor. That. How much damage total?
8.
8. My brain. I went My brain took a shit.
Should be
8.
6 damage to him.
8. God damn it. Come on, brain. Catch up.
6.
So
8 plus
So he's got 6 armor. 8. But it
plus
goes
4 is
through 4 of
12,
it.
so half of it.
So it gets rid of 2 of the damage. So he has, you're right. Sorry, I was trying to work the math out for myself to some end because I was like, oh my god, what is happening in here?
Your mind is not working, sir.
He looks bad. He looks real bad. Okay, so now I'm gonna do his turn. Potentially his last. Who knows? He gets 1 move.
Hopefully.
Oh my god, he's been getting fucking slower. We are kicking his ass. What you talking
Yeah,
about?
he's down to 1 hand, so he can only have 1 move.
Lost my other D12 for a second there.
He rolled snake eyes.
So he rolls. Almost moved that die. 8. He rolls an 8 and a 2, so he takes the 8. Best of 2d12. 8 plus 2 piercing towards. Let's see. Van Terren attacked him last. Madeline made his hand disappear, which for some reason went through his anti-magic cone, weirdly enough.
And I kind of put a slice through him before that, so...
You put a pretty good hit through him. So we'll say... Who hit him the hardest? See, Raven, where are you? Where are you in relation to him in the room? I actually don't remember where you're at.
I was actually somewhat near him because
so you've been
I
kind of
had to
following
cut
along with him?
Sword. Yeah.
Because you were standing next to Van Terren as he got moved across the room by the bow shot, the special bow move. And then he ran over towards Madeline on the south end of the room from the west. So he was far left and came to the south end towards the panel.
I think
Van
Raven
Terren
would be
came
to
the
his
other way.
right.
So
I believe
if Van
so,
Terren
yes.
moved, if Raven moved that way also, you're facing south, so towards the ramps that go up to the console. From behind.
He's the only one that saw me go invisible.
Yes. Okay, so you're basically behind him. Raven, what would you... No, wait, I have to add the damage to someone. He does 8 damage to you, Van Terren. Yeah, it would be you. You're the closest target that he can see.
Plus
So
2
8
piercing.
damage plus 2 piercing.
I'm still standing.
All right. Raven, your go. What do you got? He's looking real bad.
I roll hack and slash again.
Go for it. Hack and slash.
2d6
Kick
plus...
his ass. No.
Oh wait, hack and slash plus... Okay. 9.
9. Okay, so he will not hit you back because he's not that kind of NPC.
That was
roll your
wisdom modifier, so I had to use my psychic ability there.
Wait, what?
I used my psychic ability, so that I had to use wisdom on that. Just say.
Which hold on,
so
which
they're-
one are you talking about?
The freaking conjuring weapon. What was it called?
Your sharp thoughts, you mean?
Soul Forge Blade? Yeah, sharp thoughts. Yes.
Oh, you don't. You just still roll with your regular stats for that. Because that one just happens. Your sharp thoughts, you just make a weapon.
Yes.
That's the busted part of it.
Yes. So
'Cause
I
you literally
attack
make a
with
weapon
that
with tags of choice.
Take a choice. Oh, okay. So wait, no, it's
So
finesse.
it's still-
I actually use my dex there
Yeah, you'll use your dex for that.
instead of my wisdom, so that would make it 8.
Yes. So you get a mixed success. Roll your damage. He won't hit you back because he's not the same kind of enemy.
Yep. Okay, so 2d6 plus damage. Oh wait, no, just roll the damage. It's d8. Duh.
Yep, 1d8. Low damage
and
game.
then-
Don't forget.
Yeah.
Not the same as D&D.
D8 and then messy, right? So d4.
Yeah, you get +1 from serrated, and then you get 2 piercing on it.
Wait. Wait, I get two piercing? I could have. No, I used.
No, wait, you're using sharp darts. My bad, my
Yes.
bad. So
Using
you
sharp
have
darts.
messy. Yeah, you're
See,
right.
so
My bad.
that's-
I was looking at the stuff for your Sword of Raven.
That's 11.
11 damage.
That is 11 damage.
Oh boy.
That is 5.
Yes, it is. Raven, how do you re-kill Migrac Drutvar?
I was hoping to finally use backstab. That's why I had him turn me invisible.
Almost.
So Raven slowly walks up to him, pulling out his hands. He creates a scythe,
Okay.
and he cuts him in half from the shoulder down to the side.
Okay. Wait, which direction? So like shoulder.
From his to the arm, his right arm, where he actually has a hand,
Okay.
from the shoulder down to the
Left
side
arm.
of his left
Your
waist.
side,
Left
where he
arm.
still has a hand.
Yes, left arm.
Left
Yes.
arm down to what'd you say?
Right down to the opposite side of his waist.
Okay.
Shoulder to
So-
hip.
Yes, shoulder to hip.
Shoulder crossing down to his right hip. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
You kind of like cross cut him. He's sort of weirdly, unevenly bisected. Raven comes in with a scythe. You watch this happen, Banterin, with Madeline behind you. She's like, got her arm up on your shoulder with her sword pointed over, like a weird sort of weird phalanx formation thing, ready to strike with you.
I think we're in the same formation because we're just like doing this. I don't know, swords
She's
together.
like got the sword up, half sworded, ready to strike. Elbow on your shoulder, ready to attack, like after you. And you watch Raven come up, and it's that situation where you don't notice the person behind him until he walks up, and you see the hand with a weapon come up, and he just crosses him. So you just see the hand of Raven behind him, and you like notice, and then he cuts him in half, and the two pieces kind of fall. One falls forward towards you, and the other one falls over that piece. So just kind of like that, over the top of himself. And Migrac Drutvar lays dead before you.
Nobody died.
I chopped the head in half. Just
Roll 2d6 plus strength.
oh boy, I don't have any of that, but it's not -1. I got a 6.
A 6?
Yeah, I can't do it. I'm tired.
Nothing. Doesn't even make a ding. That's hard shit. Whatever it is. This is Dwemer metal on steroids.
Sword goes ting, your arm shakes.
Yep.
Yeah, just
I will say, Dar,
the
you're
sword
still
wobbles.
invisible.
Yes, I am.
At least until he releases it, or until you attack something.
Mm,
Balsamo kind of rises up and he says, "Is that it?" And Madeline says, "I believe so. I'm not sure. Is it dead? Are you sure it's dead?"
Raven kicks kicks the legs that are on the phone. He's like,
It does like the
What's that
robot,
mean?
like little bit of charge, and the circuits like kicks around a little bit and it stops.
I think it's dead.
Vantrin sheaths his sword and takes off Wraithguard.
So you guys, attention is
I'm
redirected to
still
him
waiting just
wearing
in
this
case.
gauntlet.
Yeah, I would do the same. Raven keeps
Considering I'm
the
invisible.
knife out, just in case.
What is it? What do you guys
He's-
want to do? Calselmo actually speaks up and he says, "Where is the scroll? What did you do with it?"
Oh, right. He just like he takes off his helmet and then just pulls the scroll out of it.
So the magician pulls a fully Ethereum rabbit out of the hat, and before you, Raven holds the Ethereum scroll.
In case you're wondering what he looks like, he is a wood elf.
A Bosmer stands before you, holding the Ethereum scroll. No better title. What do you guys do?
I
Should
think.
we try and destroy it?
Can we destroy it? It's made of pure Ethereum.
Yes, but they created it, if I'm not mistaken, or changed it in some way from what its original purpose was.
Well,
Well,
I'm
Ethereum
confident
does
we-
react with Ethereum. We could try, Banterin.
I'm confident
both
we
our
could
swords.
destroy it.
Our
But
swords. But
And
The
you're running
following-
around with a Dwemer artifact from, well, Battle of Red Mountain. That might maybe do something. I don't know.
as I've said, I'm confident we can destroy it, but the following explosion would probably catch us all. So I have an idea. He looks at Banterin and he said, and then he looks at friggin' whoever said that it reacts with Ethereum. And he said, "Wait, you said this would react with Ethereum, correct?"
Who's he saying this to?
Alsomo is the one that said it. Ethereum.
Kosomo, yes.
Okay, he says, it might. I don't know for sure whether it will or not. Madeline may have a point. I have no idea.
So he looks at Banterin and he says, "Give me your sword."
no, he just turns it hilt towards Raven.
He says, "Thank you. I'll be sure to return this." And then he just disappears.
Where are you going?
Pocket dimension.
So, he is
Remember,
in the pocket
This is a
dimension.
physical object that you're trying to move.
Yes, okay, so he takes it,
Mhm.
them both into the pocket dimension so that if it does explode, it would be contained within the pocket dimension
Okay,
instead of harming anyone outside.
let's roll something. And I'm gonna say this is gonna be intelligence because this is gonna maybe shock your mind. Trying to do this. I'll allow you to try and take physical objects against the past sort of ruling. But you're gonna have to roll pretty well on 2d6 plus intelligence. Because this is like all psionic. You're not even using magic at this point. You're just using your psionics.
Yeah.
Could I aid him?
If you can tell me how, I might allow
You
it.
can tell me.
And it's not a jackass statement. It's a genuine.
Yeah,
Typical aid rolls are followed by like, if you can tell me how, I might allow it.
He's in another dimension. I don't
Yeah, I was
know
about to
what
say
we
I
can
don't.
do.
I ain't got nothing on that one.
Okay.
Okay, so I rolled
if you do think of
2d6 plus
something,
intelligence.
if you do think
I
of
don't even-
something, you can roll. But
I don't even think I can use Wraith Guard to help him right now. It's just like he's just gone. We're just gotta sit here and wait.
okay, so yeah, 2d6 plus intelligence, Raven,
Oh boy, here we go.
to see if it will go with you. Otherwise, it's gonna shunt out the sword and the scroll. It's gotta be outburst.
A 9.
You rolled a 9. The scroll goes with you, but the sword does not.
Ooh, alright.
Oh,
Which tells you
Well, that's
something about the
unfortunate.
scroll.
Which tells you something about
That
this
might be
guy.
completely made of Ethereum, whereas the sword has real-world metal elements. Ethereum is a bit weird, and it doesn't interact the same as everything else. So only the scroll goes with you. Banterin, you watch as he disappears, and your sword drops to the floor and then kind of falls over. What are you guys gonna do?
Bantrin's gonna.
Does he come back out?
Bantrin's gonna put
No, I
Wraith
can still
Guard.
do something without it.
No. Well, we're in a mission of sure we defeated the bad guy, but we still have a scroll that could destroy everything. So Bantrin's gonna pick up his sword, put Wraith Guard on again, and he's gonna try to imagine like try to see if he can cut into the air. Can use Hurricane Slash on the air to see if he can get to where Raven is. I'm gonna cut
just
into
Open up the door to the
dimension.
pocket dimension.
Just to clarify for those of you who have forgotten,
Mhm.
I technically still have Ethereum. If you don't remember, when Banterin was asked to investigate the Sword of Raven, he specifically said that it
Oh,
had-
yes,
was
it does have
inlaid with
Ethereum.
Ethereum.
I had
Let's see if I
forgotten about
remember
that.
that. Before I do all that, let's see if I remember that. I rolled a 1 and a 3 plus 7.
So you'll
Oh,
have
no,
to.
plus-
You do have to remember.
I got
though,
I got a 7.
It's gonna have to be Ethereum on Ethereum So, like, a couple of gems, it makes it magical, but you're not entirely certain.
You need
it'll
a
actually do
lot
anything.
more
It has a
Ethereum.
bit more than that. The sword was meant to, like, I haven't said what it looks like, have I? It's like,
No, I don't think you ever specifically described it for me
oh, boy.
in
So
extreme detail, other than your signature weapon move.
the blade itself is made out of his own version of Dwemer metal, which is, like, basically immune to rust and all forms of temperature problems or anything. Like, this thing can cut through stone, if he wanted it to. Well, it is made of that, as well as the blade itself being made of mostly Ethereum. The center of the blade is pure crystal, whereas the outside of the blade is sharpened crystal. But the rest of the blade that holds it together is the metal that he himself created.
Okay, so like I said, you know it'll have to be Ethereum on Ethereum. It's not a matter of how sharp it is. We're talking magic stone shit. That's why I was being
in other
specific
words,
there.
the blade is Ethereum, so technically speaking, that could work.
Okay. A point of note, by the way, the same thing it'd be the same thing I told Colton. There is like almost no way you'd have enough Ethereum to forge pure thick Ethereum for the whole thing. Anything that has Ethereum on it is going to be a like thin sheet layer, and I mean thin sheet layer. So wherever Ethereum is, there's not much of it between that and whatever's inside the blade.
Yeah, the
Just a-
only
just a
thing on
point
the
of note.
blade that is Ethereum... Okay, the only thing that is Ethereum on his sword is the blade itself and little gems that are in the handle.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, you're gonna have to like strike it with Ethereum onto the scroll if you want it to do anything. You can gather that much.
Yes.
You're welcome to try.
That would probably be another really high roll.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'd imagine.
This isn't D&D, but difficulties will shift slightly due
Holy
to certain things and
flip.
what things are.
The only other thing that come to mind in this case, to me anyway, would be to use one of the Ethereum lights outside and try and make some kind of bomb or something. The lights that are all made of Ethereum on top of the buildings. But that's
Yeah.
just my random thought. I have no idea.
Yeah, we got to make this quick. I am like really
it's super late.
extremely
Like
short.
1
So
o'clock.
I'm like kind of pushing for like, what are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing?
I just tried striking it with the sword.
2d6 plus strength. See what you got.
Here we go. Ooh, 11.
What do your dice? What do
Yes.
your dice say?
Wait,
wait.
you mean the damage?
Yeah, without modifier. What does your dice
Without
say?
modifier. Without modifier?
Mhm.
Oh. 9.
You strike it, and when you strike it, it actually shunts you out of your pocket dimension back into the room. So you guys watch as Raven reappears.
Well,
And
it work?
the scroll is here too, as well as you and your sword. Just seems to have teleported you back into the mortal coil.
so much for that.
If we can't destroy it now, I suggest we take it to the college and get out of here. We can rest up on the elevator. And yeah, like you said, take it to the college.
I agree.
But we need to get out of this city.
To avoid problems, we'll have to teleport across the roofs again. We did not clear out the city.
No, we did not. We kind of just skipped it.
Okay,
We did it once.
Which, by the way, didn't save time.
I'll say the final roll of the campaign will be undertake a perilous journey to get back across, up the elevator, and back out onto solid ground. So everybody roll 2d6 plus wisdom and choose Trailblazer, Scout, and Quartermaster.
I guess I'll be scout.
I will be quarter.
I guess
Whatever the one
Quartermaster
handles.
doesn't technically matter here. It's mostly Trailblazer and Scout.
Who y'all have better wisdom than I do. I'll be quartermaster.
I rolled a 9 on Scout.
Okay.
I rolled a 13.
I got a 7.
Okay, so who's Trailblazer?
I think that was me
Okay.
because he was Sharp as Scout.
So
Yeah, Scout.
Sharp, you do fine at spotting threats. There's a couple of close calls as like you appear in one spot slightly to the side of where you mean to, and there's like a centurion with a hammer hand that's coming down right as you're like, oh shit, and you teleport again, taking everybody again across.
Okay.
And it's very like, whoa, that was close. And then you teleport again across the room. You begin to exit. I will wrap up the campaign by saying, what do you guys choose to do with the Ethereum scroll? I'm going to do a series of questions to wrap up.
Oh boy.
I'm going to switch the music to a little bit more upbeat, a little bit more just regular exploration music. Hey, that's a good one. I got Sunrise of Flutes immediately.
I guess the college.
What is the party accumulatively come up with to do with the scroll? And do you think you're able to destroy it now, or is it do we just leave it to the narrative to happen sometime later?
I leave it to the narrative. We can't destroy it using Ethereum on Ethereum. Another guy taking
I will
it to
say
a complete different
you haven't actually
dimension.
tried Ethereum directly on the scroll yet, because his
We
blade
haven't
his blade had it
used
in
yours.
it, but it wasn't direct. He just
We
tried to
haven't
hit
used
it really hard.
your sword.
And all that what came out of that strike was simply that hitting it with something has some sort of magical. It activates the Ethereum somehow just by hitting it hard enough. It would. I imagine through research, it would eventually come to some point where they figure out how to destroy it. But it probably takes. I'm gonna say it probably takes a while, a couple of years to figure out how to destroy it. They have to keep it quiet, very under
If we take it
wraps.
to the college.
Oh, they'll keep it quiet at the college.
I'll ask now. Is this are we going to try and use these characters again? Because they are maximum level, so it's kind of silly to try and do that again. I figured we'd probably sunset them and, move towards the ends of their lives and how they live on. But it's up to you guys if you want to hang on and say they just continue on for a long time and not really worry about sunsetting. I figured we can go into a sort of sunsetting phase, and then I have the other things that I want to do. Of course, Sharp probably won't be able to stick around for that, unfortunately, but you can watch the VOD back. We'll start with Banterin. Actually, you know what? Fuck that. We'll start with the new player. We'll start how we started. We'll end how we started. Dar, where do you go from here? What do you do?
Well,
Do you go for a life of peace, or do you go on adventuring? And what is your decision in life moving forward after turning the scroll into the college with your newfound friends?
Well, after being forced,
I'll say Calselma also went back to Markarth. That's a point of note. He probably went back immediately after and started gathering teams.
after being forced to do various things for the Thieves Guild, I want to enjoy the time being able to adventure and do what I want to do when I want to do it. So I would probably continue to adventure and explore.
Okay.
And see how my life goes from there.
Because
I thought he was going to say and steal.
probably won't bother because where they thought the Dragonborn was someone else, and they sent you to kill him, and then you never came back, and then the only other thing that's ever happened is a dragon flew in while the Thieves Guild was attacking you. They probably think you're the Dragonborn, so they're not going to bother. So do you have anything specific that you do? Give me like one thing that you can think of off the top of your head. What's something he goes and does? Does he go home? Does he go to a different place, a different sort of province or area of Tamriel?
I would probably explore other areas because the only friend I had at home screwed me over.
Yeah.
So yes, I would go out and explore the other areas of Tamriel and see what I can find.
Raven, with your weird disposition and the odd things about you, what do you do? How do you go out? Now that you're back, now that you're here, in a time long past yours, what does Raven do? It doesn't have to be super complex. It could be simple, real simple. Stupidly simple if you want. Or it could be
I'll
something
just
larger.
say something then. So Raven,
Mhm.
sometime later, could be any amount of time, you can guess, walks towards a castle in a place that doesn't look like this one even remotely. The sky is black, for starters. And he pulls out his sword, the Sword of Raven, and he says to himself, "Time to finish what I started all those years ago."
Some unknown place he goes to face his fate that he went to face so long ago. Banterin, you and your newfound companion, whatever becomes of the two of you, what does it begin as? Where do you two leave off from the college?
So, I assume since Kelsomo went back to Markarth,
Mhm.
Banterin and Madeline, they'll probably head back and help with that, do more research, and go out and explore Skyrim looking for anything. And I'm thinking, over time, they're the last two of, a long dead cult. Probably can relate to each other more than anything. I'm thinking they develop a sort of relationship.
Naturally.
And,
Question is, what kind of relationship?
The boring kind. Nothing at all. Friend zone.
They started a new cult.
They immediately agree to friend zone each other.
Oh god.
But it's opposite day, and that doesn't happen at all.
oh, that fucking got me the started a new cult.
I thought that would.
I was just gonna be like,
the complete and utter opposite of the original one.
You know
I
what's
was
even
about to
better than
grab my
one
just-
cult? Starting two cults.
but I don't think they'll start a cult, but I think they'll. I guess it depends on how many years had passed. They'll prepare on having
Say,
a
feel free to
child
get
for the
fucking corny. As I said, I'm trying to open up in terms of my
hell
openness
yeah.
with role playing. How corny do they get? How many kids? What are we looking at?
Look at one, but they're gonna teach him everything they know, but not like the cult and shit. So he's just gonna be a badass fighting machine. They're gonna teach him to dual wield.
Fuck yeah.
So when they pass along, he'll have two fucking swords of those very
Legendary.
heroes.
So I'll ask
That's-
this: in their travels, do they go out and find the other two swords, and/or those who might wield them if they're not where they say they are?
I think before all that, they're definitely while they're together, they're going out and exploring to see if
So
they
I'll
can
tell
find
you
these
now
swords.
what you didn't learn before, assuming you probably kept the book.
Oh yeah,
You learn a little bit about your weapons. Reading about them, and take what meaning you will from this. You learn that your sword, brazened, it is bold and without shame. That's why it's so easy for you to go for being flashy and so open with whatever the move is called. I don't remember. With your technique, I mean. That specific technique. That's why you feel the need to use it so much. Or maybe it's a mixture of you and what the sword puts on. Maybe it enhances the need for that. She bears humbled, modest, wary of pride. She doesn't show much on her face. She doesn't speak of much. She is quite humble. She's very modest. She's not very flashy. She only does what she needs to. Quite literally describes her. You learn that eventually Joyd comes with the title of Delight Without Pain. And you find the person that's wielding it, not the sword, in its resting place. Takes you a while. That one took the longest, I think. And you find that person to not really be a fighter at all. It's just happy-go-lucky person with a good outlook on life. They're not looking for a fight. They tell you tales of their past. It would cause a normal person so much pain, but they don't have that pain. They don't carry it anymore. Past wars and fighting from the Great War, they don't hang on to that anymore. They are joyed, just as it says, delight without pain. Eventually you find, with a companion unexpectedly along the way, you find Honored. And as you find the blade, you realize, and as you travel, this man has been honest all along the way, without fault. This man's integrity is sound. He's intangible, and yet immovable. And you find the sword Honored. And you find it honest, with integrity, to the end. And that is the 4 swords. And what you learn is those 4 people, Strossel Lucifort, Garvin Thearch, Kaelin Jondicel, Lyriana Daliel, 2 men and 2 women, Man Mary, early Bretons. They crossed the border from High Rock into Skyrim when they heard about the Dragon War. 4 simple heroes, with swords that they may or may not know where they came from. Details are hard to find on that. All you know is they had them. And they went and they helped the Nords defeat the dragons. They were a part of that. Famous dragon slayers in the Dragon War. And they came in and helped create a turning point.
Did you come up with the 4-sword thing, or is that actually in?
I made that up, yes.
Yeah, you might have just ripped off a Zelda game. I apologize.
I have no idea. I couldn't.
Zelda and the 4 swords.
Now, you know for a fact I have no idea about Zelda. I have no idea.
Was there one
Four
called
swords?
Zelda and the
Yeah.
4 Swords?
There's
4
Legend
swords.
of Zelda the 4 swords. Yes.
He came up with all the
Beats
cool
me.
lore. I came up
Each
with
one is a
I
different
found the
character.
brazened.
With a different sword that
Now, this is
each have a
different.
different.
you get to see the
massive
brainchild of what you
personality trait.
created there, Banterin/Colton. That is your child there that you bore. The Zortus,
Yeah, but
the legendary
you
swords.
raised it to a functioning adult.
Well, good luck. I will see you guys later.
I figure you probably
will-
have to dip.
Yeah.
You two though, stick around for a minute. I have something.